Hello, everybody! Happy New Year! Well, New Year's Eve. We are a little bit late and gay, and I mean, that is just tradition, to be fair. But I have spent all afternoon and just collating all of the stuff involving the Somali daycare fraud, and not just daycare fraud, there's also um, different medical fraud that's going on there, and it's not just in Minnesota. And also the stuff with Allah al-Fatah, the the British man who has been welcomed home by Keir Starmer and a whole bunch of Labour, and who was granted citizenship in 2021 by the Tories, who is a just insane anti-white terrorist, and they're now all have a egg on their face over that. It has been a crazy week, and then we didn't stream last week because last week's stream would have coincided with Christmas, and I and Bill were sick as dogs. Bill's got bronchitis.
I have bronchitis.
I guess I also have bronchitis, though my cough is nowhere near as bad as Bill's. So, but we're back. We're back to ring in the new year with just like unfathomable levels of fraud and corruption, and really no good responses from the left for anything, or from the right in the case of Allah Abdul Al Fattah, I think his full name is. And we're just gonna be focusing on these two stories because it's so much, and there's so much that goes on around it. It's not just the one individual thing of a couple of daycares in Minnesota are defrauding the government. It's enormous amounts of money, $19 billion excess in that state's funds, which is what they were sitting on. Tim Walz has pissed away. And it's not just in Minnesota. As we're going to look at, people are also now uncovering these kinds of same fraudulent schemes where immigrants get brought into the country from countries like Somalia, but another thing I want to be clear about is let's not get myopic. I know their heads are enormous and it's difficult to look away, but it's not just Somalis. There's plenty of Indians, there's plenty of Bangladeshis, people of all different immigrant backgrounds who are committing this exact same type of fraud where they are in cahoots with local governments, and sometimes state-level governments, to give themselves these massive payouts in taxpayer funding, and then what do they do with it besides enrich themselves? Oh, they put that money back into Democrat coffers and back into Democrat campaigns. This is how these people win elections, it's how they rig elections, and it's all just been given to us as a bit of a Christmas gift, just in a complete package. The people have known about this stuff for years, which in fact has been one of the left's prevailing narratives, is this is old news. Sorry, Bill, go ahead.
Hey, considering that one of the states affected is Ohio, who notoriously no one even at the state government level can get hold of the DMV.
I have been trying for a decade. Not a joke.
Far be it from me to maybe suggest that maybe the Somali problem has been cropping up earlier than we thought, and is far more invested into the upper echelon, into like state level governments.
Yeah, you know what? I'll
Which
get
is probably
to that.
why the DMV is, collecting a paycheck for
fair,
probably 200 people and has
it
no
is,
one there on site.
It is the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles. It's the BMV because Ohio has to be different. But yeah, Bill's correct about that. Maybe I'll get into that a little bit, or I'll mention it more when we get into the Ohio segment of this, which is that, yes, I have been trying to get in contact with the Ohio BMV for a decade. We have a friend, who works for the Ohio state government. He can't get me in contact with the Ohio BMV. I have been to Ohio many times in person, to the BMV. They don't know how to contact other offices in the BMV. This is the absolute fucking state of Ohio, okay? So no, I'm not totally surprised that there's massive corruption going on in states like Ohio and Minnesota, but the depths, breadths, and extent of it is shocking. Just how bad things really are. Rat Chasington for 5 says, sucks that you guys had Brontosaurus. How about we bully Vivek this stream? Oh, don't worry, friend. We are definitely bullying Vivek. Also, when is the Piers Rumble stream? Oh, we were talking about doing that, weren't we, Spoon?
Oh, yeah.
Hi,
by the way.
We go. What?
I haven't even said hi because you were talking all the time.
I'm sorry, I was talking so much and I talk. Hello, Spoon. How was your Christmas?
I am currently stark bollock naked.
Me too.
What?
Because it is extremely freaking warm here.
First of all, Bill, you're not naked. You're wearing a robe. So don't lie.
What's
Would you
underneath
really
it?
do that,
I do
Bill?
get called out like this. I just did this for the bit. What the fuck's
Go on the
what's
internet and
problem?
tell lies. But you've lied to people. How can anyone trust us if you're gonna lie about being naked on stream?
I'm okay being naked on stream. No one can see me.
Gotta put some stream goals on, Jesus.
I mean, I trust Spoon is telling the truth, but that's because it's
Yeah.
really hot there. Because of course, hemisphere difference.
Yeah, like, okay, hell, what the hell is the temperature right now? It has to be at least like 24 degrees.
I am also sorry if you hear Bill coughing. His cough is terrible. I got so worried about him last night that I started running a timer and counting how many seconds there were between his coughs, and then I put it into a chart and a graph in Microsoft Excel. And then I realized
That is the
I-
most
realize-
Aiden thing I've ever heard. I must immediately calculate how often this man is coughing because staff gives me a, like...
I
It's a
really
phrase I'm
cannot
making, like,
stress how
academic stiffy.
disconcerting it is to be told this out of the blue.
What's
Especially when
disconcerting?
the frequency of coughs means fuck all.
Well, I didn't know that
I
at
can
the time
imagine
that I
you're
was
laying there
collecting
in
data.
bed and she just like rushes in with the iPad shot, like, Bill, look, this is how often you cough. And you're like, bitch, get that out of my face or I will kill you with this.
It formed a pretty much a normal curve. I would say that.
And
and then it was
I was
cool.
coughing up blood for a good chunk of this.
Well, that's why I was worried, and I thought, does the frequency
Were
of
you?
the coffee mean anything with this? Yeah,
Yeah.
Dude, Bill had to go to the. He's on antibiotics now.
I mean,
But,
I've
well,
had
I'm not
bronchitis as well, and I was also on antibiotics. I wasn't coughing up blood, though. That's a bit concerning.
I'm literally just coughing so much in my sleep it's shredding my lungs.
That's what it is, I think. Yeah, he's just because that's again he. By the way, the
Bill,
mean,
please don't die.
Yes, Bill, please don't die, sir.
Someone's got to fucking continue to carry this podcast. Might as well be my broken old fucking ass.
The oh no, God, the mean time between coughs was 22 seconds. So yes, I was
Jeez, that's
I was
not a
very
long
concerned.
time.
No, it's not. And I thought maybe this had some correlation. Like, does this mean it's worse? Should he go to the hospital? And then I looked it up, and it turns out that the frequency of coughing doesn't mean anything necessarily.
Yes, I am
let's
complaining
see.
about 24 degrees. Screw you. It's hot
The
as
Nethril
balls
King-
here. It's sticky.
Ew, sticky.
Yes,
The
exactly.
Nethril King
This is
for
that
10.
kind of stream, goodness me.
Yeah, well, he's naked and sticky. The Nethril King for 10 says
No,
not to
no,
sound-
don't you dare say that. That's not. That's no.
They're not that charging the bastard.
That is not what that means. The heat is sticky, not me.
The
God's sakes.
Nethril King for 10 says not to sound
Somewhat
black-pilled,
PG,
but we're at the
pervert.
point. We're at the point where Dems can openly commit sedition and get away with it, with just a few uncomfortable questions. I doubt anything will happen from this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything will happen from this. Nothing does ever happen. However, I have been, I'm a professional nudicer, which is just to say I'm an autist and social scientist. So I'll do things like count how long it is between Bill's coughs, and I also notice things like how are people reacting? What is the public response? And just, get a temperature check, essentially, a mood thermometer, right, of what's going on when something happens, and therefore what people's response to it are.
Segregation is going to be the chant for the next year.
The response? Yeah, I think so. The response to this has been interesting because it seems that it's bizarre. They're having to move between cycles so quickly. There's a lot of
No,
them
I'm
are
not a
still
goon,
stuck in
you
the
fags.
a lot of them are still stuck in the it's not happening phase. Some of them have transitioned onto, yeah, duh, it's old news. That's from 2 years ago. That's from last year. That's from 5 years ago, which is interesting. An interesting pivot to say, yeah, we all know that it's massive. There's massive fraud going on. And then a lot of them, however, have been totally silent. Most mainstream news outlets have been almost entirely quiet about this, with the exception of running some articles talking shit about the YouTuber who is really the face of it now, Nick Shirley, and talking about how he's terrible because he's Mormon, or he's terrible because he's right-wing, etc., etc. He's racist. the thing is, calling people racist doesn't work
He
anymore.
sounds like good people.
Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody
Yeah,
cares.
racism is a badge of honor at this point.
Somebody called me racist today on Twitter. I don't even remember for what, but it wasn't in response to anything serious. And I didn't say anything, but I really was tempted to say, are you really still doing that? And what is about to be the year of our Lord 2026, nobody cares anymore.
What's always galled me is bear in mind those of you at home who follow me on Twitter, God help you, you're on a watch list. Of all the things I've only ever been called racist once on that app.
Really?
Yep, once.
Your name is the ultimate racist.
It was the final racist first.
Or the
of all.
final racist, I'm
I had
sorry.
to get rid of that because it got me shadow banned. But yeah, you need some reach. But the only thing that ever got me called racist was I said I don't like Afrobeat. And I don't like Afrobeat and I don't like fucking reggae. And they
Nobody
called
likes
that the
reggae.
most racist thing they'd ever seen on Twitter. And my immediate response is, have you seen the rest of my fucking account?
Yeah. Someone has tried to insinuate that Nick Shirley is a pedo and criminal. That is their primary vector for this Minnesota fraud case, is not to talk about the fraud. It's to talk about how Nick Shirley, who's a young guy, he's like 21 years old, and he's out there on the streets with this boomer who's been investigating this stuff for a while, is a pedophile because he is trying to investigate daycare centers and he wants to record children. That's weak shit, and it doesn't work.
You're trying to
doesn't work
propagandize them with drag queens. Don't tell me you give a shit about the well-being
You know
of
what
children
I
all
mean.
of a sudden. Fuck off.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't
Now-
work coming
Think
from
no
those
one
people,
buys
and
that.
it doesn't work coming from people like Hassan Piker, who went to a brothel in Germany where it was confirmed that there were 15-year-olds working there. Because that's of course his line, is that anyone who cares about this, anyone talking about it, is a pedophile.
He went to
I don't
brothels
think
in Germany?
the pedo. Yeah, he went to a brothel in Germany
There's
that was found
brothels in
out later to
Germany?
have underage children working in it. Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, it was in Germany. Yeah, right. Unless I'm getting the country wrong,
Huh.
I'm pretty sure it was in Germany.
I mean, Germans, they have some attractive females.
Anyways,
Not the 15-year-old ones, by the way, before.
I was trying to go. I don't know where you're going with that. I really don't want to find out.
No,
but-
not the 15-year-old, for God's sakes. What's wrong with you people?
Calm down. I don't know what I was going to say now. Fucking hell. Yeah. What I love coming out of this is all the Somalis realizing that racist and terrorist are just fucking magic words they can wave at people. to make them
But
go
they
away.
no. The
And
thing
now they're
is,
doing it
they
really
used to be.
flagrantly.
Flying,
Yes.
And so, much like the Oive shut it down shit isn't going to fly anymore because now they're under scrutiny, people are. It's really visible that it's just a fucking magic word that they think makes white people go away.
Yes, and you have to understand that these people, these Somali immigrants, they're not running these shows. Their average IQ is 68.
Yeah.
They're, as a group, mentally
than that, actually.
retarded.
They're
And
a front
to
for the
them,
state, yeah.
a word
IQ
like
lower than the average
racist
ape.
is probably quite literally, they must think it's magic. They're not running this stuff. And that's their response to it really demonstrates that. I think that the people in charge of this clown show truly believed they would never get caught, which is why their response has been basically non-extant. Just don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe it. No, it's all fake. Or it's actually old and it's fake. Or no, maybe it's not fake because it's old. And it's been hilarious to watch the
Also,
just scrambling for any kind of excuse.
someone asking me, am I going to do an elbow drop on Sargon? For what? The immigration thing?
For him
assuming
not
that's-
defending Steve Laws.
Yeah, I had a sort of back and forth with Sargon on X about that.
I don't think Sargon
I don't think
had
he had
a
a good
terrible
comeback.
response.
Sargon-
No.
Sargon has to open up. He's the one who brought it up. None of us would have known about that swarthy grandfather of his if he hadn't brought the fucking thing up. Sorry, Sargon, you got to go back.
We'll talk about the Steve Laws thing a bit, the segment from that. And Andrew Goldstein has it just come out and said the quiet part out loud, which is that white people will go extinct and we have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And we have to
no.
just deal with it. What's wrong? Become extinct. Says the guy claiming, "Oh, I'm just as British as you."
Yeah, no.
Says the Jewish guy claiming he's just as British as Steve Laws, right?
Yeah, I'm starting to get kind of sick of a certain demographic.
Sure is.
I'm just saying.
Sure is sickening.
The blokes dressed in black maybe had a point.
Yeah. Kiza, who's been a member for 35 months. Hey, Kiza, hope you're doing okay, man. And Happy New Year's. Says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to my loyal subjects. Let's make 2026 a glorious year for fortune, love, and producing based children for the future. I aim to make more content in the future. God bless. Hell yeah, Kiza, let's...
Make Low King.
Huh?
Make Rupert Low King.
I know. Well, Charles is... well, I got a clip from Charles
Rupert Low, yeah.
And then Bastion for 2 says, got a chat and run? Bill, Fat, Aiden, Corpse, Spoon, Fa. I think probably Fag. Okay.
He's efficient.
Thank you. He is efficient. Oh, speaking of the new year, you said you had an announcement to make, Spoon. I have one I need to talk about real quick before we get into this. Do you want to cover some of the Christmas stuff first, and then we'll do that? I got some...
Well, the announcement was saying
here.
I was naked. That was the funny bit.
That was your announcement?
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, good.
Why are people talking about the Liber Falsifer in the chat? I'm very disconcerted by people talking about occult bullshit in my presence, because I know what that is.
I do want to bring this up, though, before we get into this. I talked about this on Twitter, but I'll announce it here as well. This last year on YouTube has been my worst year since I started doing it in 2017, in terms of views and income. My metrics year over year were down... between 2023 and 2024, we're down about like 13%, which is, I mean, that's like 10% shift is kind of normal. My metrics between 2024 and 2025 were down 70% all year for every single video. I lost 70% of my audience, and about 90% of my revenue from my YouTube channel this year. As a result, YouTube just will not show my videos to anybody. I've talked to people about this. No one gets notifications from me. When I go in the back end of YouTube, what it says is... that they are showing it when I put up a video. It for example, the one I just put out about Christmas stuff, about like myths about Christmas. It said, well, normally we show your video to something so in this time frame between 19 and 24,000 people. We've shown this one to 1,000 people. That's what I've gotten in back-end reports from every single video this year. One of the reasons why that can happen is because I have a lot of subscribers that are legacy, essentially, or whatever. They're older subscribers who do not use YouTube anymore, have different accounts. Excuse me, have new accounts now. And so when YouTube starts to send out notifications, if someone doesn't click on it immediately, and by the way, doing a premiere can make this worse because then people are typing in the chat and not leaving comments, and that makes YouTube think no one's watching the video or no one's interested in the video because there's no interaction or engagement, whatever. Excuse me. The fact of the matter is that I have to finish out a contract that I'm in the middle of with a sponsor, so I have to make 2 more videos and on the Aiden Paladin channel. And if there's nothing I can do to improve, because look, I want to be really clear. I don't think I'm being politically witch hunted or suppressed necessarily. Maybe that's some element of it, but I don't think it's so targeted. I think that a lot of this is cheat code. I think a lot of it is YouTube doesn't want to pay people anything, which is very evident. They really do not want to pay people. I think that they're heavily broke. I've done a thread on Twitter about this too, about how the content they are promoting, AI slop, which they have made it so they don't have to pay for, but they'll still be on the website. AI slop, they want to prioritize shorts, obviously, to compete with TikTok, and they don't have to pay anything for shorts. But the CPM for shorts is nothing. Per 10,000 views, it's like $1. You know what I mean? They pay nothing for shorts. And then they have a couple of sort of whitelisted creators. YouTube has been terrible for everybody this year. Everyone I've talked to, I've spoken now to about a dozen different creators in vastly different areas of YouTube. People who do drama, people who do history, people who do politics as well. It didn't matter what you were doing on YouTube this year. Everybody had the worst year this year that they'd ever had, with the exception of a couple of whitelisted creators. Like I listened to Nicholas Diorio, who's a drama content creator, and he said this was his best, most profitable year ever. So it's not like YouTube's not paying anybody, but they're certainly electing who to pay for. So this is my plan going into the new year, because I can't keep doing this, right? Under the current way things are, I can't keep trying to do YouTube. I'd have to try to do something else. It's just not, there's not any money in it anymore. And it happened all of a sudden in 2025, just out of the blue. cut of again, cut of views 70%, cut of revenue 90%. I can't do that for another year. So after I finish up my contract with my current sponsor, and I've already got a new video that's it'll probably be out by next week, or maybe the week after, because I'm if you can't tell, obviously I have a cold as well, or bronchitis, whatever. So I can't record. I've not been able to fully record stuff yet. Today is like the best day I've sounded in 2 weeks. Anyway, I'm releasing 2 videos on my channel with that sponsor. After that, I'm probably abandoning the Aiden Paladin channel. I might not abandon it permanently, but at least for a while, I'm going to try to upload on another channel to see if the problem is the channel, if the channel is just too old and it's got baggage on it or something. I don't know. But I'm going to have to try something. So probably that'll be in the next year. But if you've ever enjoyed my work, I could use a little extra support in the upcoming months, just while I try to get through figuring out what I'm gonna do here to try and make sure that people can just see the videos. I feel really shitty more than anything that things like the Trivers Willard video that I thought and still believe is one of the most important things, not just one of the most important things I've ever discovered, that is really, really important for society in general, just did not get the attention that it really deserved. And it wasn't anybody's fault besides YouTube's fucking algorithm.
Have you tried calling people homosexuals?
The thing is, Spoon, your
really
channel's newer. Your channel's newer, and so I think a lot of the stuff that affects mine doesn't affect yours. In terms of like dead subs and things like that. And
I've not
I don't know.
Working that much just because the weather here, it's kicking my ass.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. I have a video that I've been working on. I thought normally my videos are like 6 pages of text long. This one was like 20. And normally the videos are like maybe 8 to 10 minutes. This one is a half hour. So I'm like, yeah. Because the last one was Nick Fuentes and Piers did well. Yeah. And I thought I would do another one of just why Nick was obviously going to win. Even before the debate started, just looking at the demographics, he was destined to win. It was just really funny. And I wanted to do, because there's one contentious bit where he says, like, why is Hitler cool? And I'm like, oh, look, I can defend the Third Reich. And by defend, I mean glorify.
Have you seen the Fits?
Yes, that's basically... That was Nick's answer. He was like, why do you think it was very fucking cool? And he just goes, the edits. And then someone spliced like a whole bunch like badass edits. Like, yeah, that's the reason why. You know, you can look at that and go, hey, look, this is what white people are like. When they just go, yeah, we're just going to be shamelessly pro-hierarchy and racial existence.
I've seen some badass like commie regime edits as well, too, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So the national anthem does go hard.
Oh my god, yeah, the Soviet national anthem is absolutely friggin' based, yeah.
In the arts, when the Soviets are like allowed to do their thing, they churn out some pretty good shit. Stalker's one of my favourite films. Like anything like Tartakovsky. I'm a slut for, let's face it.
Yeah, so I'm
Aiden VTuber arc. I might rebrand with a VTuber. I don't know. I know I already have like the rebrand picked out.
And it would mean you would never have to record yourself actively again.
I don't know about all that. I'm debating about the exact direction of it, but I've already got a name picked out. It's already something that's tied to me. It's a name that I've used for a really long time, but isn't like super connected to me. However, if you know, you know, and it won't make it. It's not like I'm trying to hide that I'm not trying to pretend I'm a different person.
Relaunching with a name so that it's easier for Kiwi
stuff.
Farms to find it is wild, by the way.
Are you calling it Paladin Aiden?
No. The name I've picked out is going to be some variation of Star Sybil, which is a character from Final Fantasy XI. The same way I got this name.
Paladin Aiden is not actually a bad name.
I'm saying Paladin Saladin.
Paladin Saladin.
Paladin Saladin. Keeps with just swaps it to the opposite side of the conflict. You know, teams are auto-balancing. Get with the program.
Yeah.
That made me chuckle.
Star Sybil is a character from Final Fantasy XI. My name in Final Fantasy XI, my character's name was Aiden. I was a paladin.
She willed herself to the shittest taste possible.
I love Final Fantasy XI. That was my childhood, friendo.
Maybe it should stay there.
So I've used that name online for years. So I thought like, that might work. And then I can. And a Sybil is a Greek prophetess, actually. And I thought, oh, that might work. That'd be pretty cool. You know, we'll keep with the Final Fantasy vibe. We'll keep with the subtle Final Fantasy vibe. We'll keep with
I can't do VTubing. I don't think you can get VTubing on an Android system. I think it's only on Apple.
There's one on
Android?
Steam.
What do you mean? You mean like Windows?
Yeah, people use it on...
What?
As far as I know, the people who do VTubing, they do it through a phone.
Oh, God. No, you can definitely do it through PC. Oh, by the way, speaking of, I've had to learn how to make shorts because I think I would say this, the shorts algorithm is its own separate thing. So I can actually get views on shorts. I have put out like 8 shorts that are just broken up from my holiday video.
Well.
And I will be doing something, well, they're not, I mean, they don't make any money whatsoever. They make nothing, but.
Yeah, they do.
You have to get hundreds of thousands of views for them to make money. However, I've gotten more views from the shorts than the actual video got. Now, nearly 3 times as many. So that's, like, just how fucked YouTube's algorithm is, right? So, in the next couple of months, you will see some more shorts from me, and I'll probably keep doing that if I end up migrating to a new channel. Or maybe YouTube will fix its stupid shit come the new year. I don't know. We'll see what quarter 1 yields. Either way, I've got to make 2 more videos on the Aiden Paladin channel because I have a sponsor. And already working on them. I think that the next one will be fun and very, very light politics. There's some racial stuff in there. But other than that, speaking of racial stuff, should we get into it? I have some little Christmas
podcast, shit.
things first, and then we'll move into the massive stories that we're covering tonight. But I thought we'd start with some Christmas cheer.
That is in no way controversial in any way
Not
whatsoever.
controversial at all. No. Well, I don't know what could possibly be controversial about this.
I think I retweeted this.
Let me know when you get the screen up.
It's up, yeah. I just thought it was funny.
There we go. What a lovely wrapping job that they've done here. Why are men like this? I don't know. That's why I like men, because they do things like this. Oh, it's so nice. Just beautiful. Really, really classy. I found this. I saw this. This was quite funny. All right, here's a little meme. Is this AI?
Is AI.
Oh, I'm not going to play it then. Fuck you, Hazel Appleyard. Fuck you. I actually thought this was real. I'm not playing it then. Fuck off. Damn it. I thought that was funny. Wow, I got duped. All right, here Trump did a bunch of calls with children on the phone. That was the only cute thing I had then. Was well, not cute. The only funny thing I had then for Christmas was this freaking 9/11 tribute.
Trump is going into 2026 massively unpopular.
Good.
Because
he deserves it at this point. Fuck him.
Because the whole "we should pardon Netanyahu, he's a war hero," like, dude.
Oh, I know. We'll get to it.
Jesus fucking Christ! Can you read a room, you fat ass? That is.
And this is quite.
Why?
Yeah, and this one is quite ironic for his answers to the children on Christmas, given everything we're going to talk about tonight. How we need more high IQ people in this country.
For me, I probably most want a Kindle this year.
You want what?
A Kindle.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Well, you must be a high IQ person. We need more high IQ people in the country.
Do we, Donald?
So, we definitely need more high IQ.
Is that why the mass importation of Indians and Somalis continues? H-1B is your favorite?
He is right. I'm just not sure which ones. Chinese ones.
Well,
apparently.
I guess. I don't think we need a whole lot of any foreign fucking people in the country. We need white people to have children. So, of course, Politico also ran there, and Politico will come up again later tonight. How the far right stole Christmas, seasonal traditions, and good cheer are being repurposed to serve political ends.
It is right-wing by default.
Idiot.
How is it stolen? By
no,
whom?
this is
How the Grinch stole Kwanzaa.
This comes on the heels of a decade plus, 2 decades, if not more, of the left saying, oh, don't say Merry Christmas because that's offensive. Say Happy Holidays, please.
Fuck off.
How the far right stole Christmas, you abandoned it. You didn't want anything to do with Christmas. You don't get to take it back now. It's just a common narrative I saw this Christmas season. of, oh, the right, it's war on Christmas stuff, you know? Like, the right stole Christmas from us. No, you don't want to
Christmas
participate
is a
in
mark
Christmas
of Christian
because you're not
civilization.
Christian.
Yes, hence why it's called Christmas, you fags.
Yeah, you're not Christians.
Doi.
You're a bunch of atheists or Muslims. So, yeah.
Against a
We didn't
supposedly
steal
hostile
Christmas.
secular left. What do you mean supposedly? My God, the level
You
of
are hostile.
gaslighting.
I know, right?
Fucking hell. It's like the last 15 years hasn't existed.
It's so funny when they do this kind of game where just like, where they play the hatchling
You've
all
been
of a
trying
sudden.
to remove
They act
Christmas
like,
since as long as I've been alive.
I know. And then they play the hatchling like this thing and act like they just woke up, they were just born today. Well, I don't understand. Why is the right stealing Christmas from the left? Because you all fucking abandoned it.
Co-opting
You don't want
it.
anything to do with
It's
us.
never yours
with
to
it.
begin with because you're not Christian. Fuck off.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
atheist.
This is literally
Satanist.
someone looking at someone holding an object that's been theirs for fucking generations. Say, why
Yeah.
did you steal this from me?
Yeah,
It's fucking.
Yeah.
It's fucking Somali brain is what it is.
yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's so pathetic to come out here and write an article like this, Hannah Roberts, after decades of denigrating Christians, of denigrating the phrase "Merry Christmas." Then fuck off. It's a Christian celebration. It's a Christmas holiday. If you want Christmas back, oh well, convert. Follow the Lord Jesus Christ, but you won't do that because, of course not. Speaking of, here's Sadiq Khan's Christmas message. There's something you'll notice about normally, when I use stock footage, it's because I've got a small stock footage little website that I use. When the mayor of London uses stock footage, or it may not be stock footage, first of all, but sometimes the choices are interesting, right? So here's the mayor of London's Christmas message.
Celebrating in London and around the world a very Merry Christmas. For our Christian brothers and sisters, this is a deeply holy day. But no matter our religion,
Oh, let's just get that out of the way, right?
the story offers lessons for us all. He taught us to love and forgive without exception, and to open our hearts and doors to those who are different.
You really shows a Muslim woman. Also, not even directly citing the words of Christ, just vaguely talking about Christ's vibes,
And then
right?
bringing
Just
in other
accept everybody,
religions.
bro.
If you're neither hot nor cold, I will spew you forth from my mouth, for you are lukewarm. And revolt me.
Indeed.
From us. This Christmas, that lesson feels more important than ever. The last year has not always
By the way, I'd like to remind you, because we played this the week before last, he looked absolutely apoplectic when asked to sing a Christmas hymn. What was it? What child is
he's
this?
not Christian.
Yeah. So this rings very hollow, of course,
Satanist.
Sadiq. Well, yeah.
been easy. But as some have sought to
Fucking dirt
divide
worshippers.
us,
Worships a
Londoners
pedophile.
have
Yeah,
stood
that were you.
together.
You're the
Stay
division.
true.
You absolute git.
Yeah. And look at how multicultural all of the people that they're focusing on. This woman in African garb. Just the focus of the camera.
And we've stayed true to the values which make us who we are. For most of us, Christmas is a time to pause and reflect. A moment to step away from the hustle and bustle of daily life. For some Londoners, though, the work won't stop. I want to say a special
Another hijab.
Yeah, what-
thank you to all the people who are keeping the capital running. You are London.
Calling it running is a bit generous, don't you think?
So the people who are keeping the Indian gangs that are running drugs all through London,
Running.
making sure everything keeps ticking along.
Thanks, Sadiq.
At its very best. As
Yeah,
we
you're
look
related
the
to the
year
people
ahead
in
Look,
charge.
another one!
for our great city and for all the people who are proud to
Just look at this diversity. Like, okay, you get my point in playing this, right?
Yeah.
call it home. So from my family to yours, Merry Christmas.
Oh, fuck off. What a loser. Yeah, no one's buying it. Because, also, here's another thing. Christmas is dangerous for Muslims. Watch, have you
Oh
seen
God,
this
I
shit?
hope.
Oh, have you seen this
Yeah.
shit? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm
this
good.
is fucking insane. It's grotesque.
Oh my god, you look so cute. Right here, right here, right here, right here. Okay, okay, okay. MashaAllah, adorable, adorable.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Walaikum assalam.
Are you guys celebrating Christmas?
Sure are.
Beautiful lights, Christmas vibes, it's the best. You do know by celebrating Christmas, you're agreeing that Allah has a son, right? Dad? Is that true?
No, baby, that's
Oh my god, this is so fucking
This is so cringe.
Her intentions. So it's okay to celebrate it. Don't listen to her. She's being extreme.
Actually, by participating in this holiday, you're accepting that Allah was born today. But Dad, that's totally haram.
Unbelievable. Why you gotta make Islam so difficult, huh? It's like everything is haram with you guys. Can't I just have a day where I take my kid out, we celebrate by opening some gifts? I mean, what's the harm in that?
I'm glad you asked.
The harm is that your Muslim daughter will make the sign of the cross.
Can you help me with the Eid decorations?
Yeah, right.
Please don't imply your kid will
This fucking video.
So the implication is your kid will turn Christian.
Yeah. And
Why is that bad?
This is the flash forward to the nightmare reality from It's a Wonderful Life, except your daughter becomes a Christian.
With this. At this point, celebrating these holidays isn't even about, is it haram? It's about putting your Islamic identity in danger.
I love how they can just say that, right? Of course. It's fine for them to say, oh, you're putting your Islamic identity in danger by celebrating Christmas. But, say Happy Holidays because Merry Christmas might offend someone. I'm not putting my Christian identity in danger. Fuck off.
Allah's blessed us with Islam. And honestly, that's all we need.
You got that right.
Now you get it. Dad,
Nice effective American accent there,
Good
dickhead.
idea.
I'll just sit back down.
May Allah bless you. Bye.
God damn, what a weird video. What a
This
truly
looks like
weird
Darman
video.
type shit.
It really does look like a Darman video, but Muslim propaganda. So, by the way, the King's message was... This is CBC, Canada's Broadcasting Corporation, who said, the King of England's message 2025.
I have
Spoon.
cancer. Please pray for me.
Spoon, do you want to tell the Canadians something about who else is... where else he's king of?
The Commonwealth?
Including
The Dominion of...
Canada. That's your
they
king,
didn't know
Canada.
that. Oh, they didn't know that.
No, apparently not. And here is his message, or at least the key takeaway to lead us into the main story here.
In this, with the great diversity of our communities, we can find the strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong.
Diversity is our strength.
So, as Peter Lloyd
Is it
says, you can't-
Charlie?
It looks like a hostage video.
Is it, Charlie? Let's find out. So, here's Nick Shirley's video. I'm going to play a couple of clips from it. The full video is about 40 minutes long or something to that effect. I highly suggest watching it. It's got millions and millions of views. I suspect many of you already have.
Did you
Seen
see?
it. It's great.
Christy Nome said they're taking action. Man, the replies to that post, not exactly very friendly.
Oh, I'm sure they're not.
Oh, it was literally like this fucking tons of people just saying a fucking YouTuber has made you aware of this, you fucking useless pricks. And it was just like so much swearing and mocking. Like, god damn, like why would you?
Well, it's
why
pathetic.
would you tell people?
I mean, so
doing
it wasn't just Christy Nome. JD Vance also went. I'll bring it up later. He went, "Whoa, this is crazy," and I'm like, I responded to him. And I was like, "You're the fucking vice president," and then you get the typical cope of the Republican of, well, vice president doesn't have any power. Trust the system. It'll work. They're trying to work on it. No.
The vice
He
president has no
real
power, then the system's completely failed then. The
Stop
VP is, if someone who can be
expecting.
president is just a figurehead.
Stop just expecting. This is why the Republicans are so weak, why conservatives are so weak. They just go, well, we don't have any power, I guess. We'll just do everything by the books. We wouldn't want to overstep any boundaries. We'll just, play by all of the rules very normally and meekly and timidly. And that's why we lose.
Nothing.
That's why we fucking lose. Because they do nothing. They complain. People with real power like JD Vance sit there and just go, whoa, YouTube video. I can't do much else but complain. JD Vance can. Now, they have done something. Not much, but they have paused the payouts to these companies. We'll see, because they've only paused them to Minnesota. It should have been a nationwide pause, because you need to find out because this shit is happening in every state. I guarantee it. Now, some states it's going to be far worse than others. Look at Democrat strongholds first, because that's where you're going to find it. Let's be honest. But it should have been a nationwide pause, because we are talking about hundreds of billions potentially of dollars. It's at least like 19 billion in Minnesota.
This just shows you the whole concept of states' rights is basically beyond repair.
At this point, I hate to ask the feds to step in, because I fucking hate the feds. However, somebody has to do something. And someone with power needs to do something. Instead of just sitting on,
let the states just do their own thing, because clearly that doesn't work.
Well, they become these micro nepotistic networks, which is exactly what we've seen.
You basically...
They all look out for each other.
You need a Caesar to come in and literally just cut the heads off everyone. And just like,
Indeed.
If you screw with me now, I'm literally gonna kill you. Like I don't see
it's not him. Trump is not Caesar.
No, I don't see this ending. I don't see this ending in any way that isn't violent.
Nor do I.
No, you're not going to vote your way out of this. Like this, the United States Constitutional Republic is done. Like this is a shit show. You are not going to vote your way out of this, and you're not going to do this through fucking reforms. Like no, you need like a complete regime change.
There's too many heads of the Hydra. You cut off one. There's 15 more, as we're going to see. But this is the video that's
their own heads as well.
Indeed. This is here's some clips, some selected bits that I pulled out from the tweets that are highlighting it from the video that kind of just again show the stuff that he discovered in Minnesota.
Children here in your child care?
Which child care name is a lot of
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
Like you can see, this is in like a big, what looks like a gymnasium kind of hallway, and you can see all these little plastic signs over these buildings. This building and several of the other ones they went through, they're just full of these child care facilities. The current leftist cope is that these are all administrative offices for home child care. So they send a Somali to your house to take care of your children. Except for when you go and look at the registration for all of these places, they say that they are allowed to have, that they're supposed to have children in the facility. So that cope doesn't work. Brian Krasenstein, I think, is the one who was selling that line of bullshit. They have no coherent narrative on this, which is fascinating about it. Because normally the left is able to come up with something to excuse their shit. They don't know what to do with this.
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
Besides just to say it's racist.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
There's a magic word. Harassment, racism, Islamophobia.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside.
No entry if no face mask as well, which is interesting. And also you see that a lot of these places talk about how they're all surveilled, curiously.
This daycare center. And look at this daycare center right here.
And I mean, it makes sense for there to be some surveillance in a daycare center. But you can also see, does this look like an administrative office to you? Or does this look like a big empty room that would be like full of toys and stuff for children to be playing in?
Pretty standard classroom layout for like an infant school.
I mean, it's empty, but this doesn't look like an administrative office to me. That's because that's Brian Krasenstein's.
That's not trying for like. Let's just cut to the chase. This is just a shell. This is
a fraud. It's massive fraud.
No children inside of this daycare center, but between those buildings, over $2.6 million. We're
not buildings. Those 2 rooms in a building. This guy, Nick Shirley, he's young. He's only like 21, but he's done something really important here by uncovering this. Or more like, but apparently this has been known for a long time, but it's the, again, length and breadth and depth of it that he's really brought to people's attention. You say here's another clip.
How are you? I would like to see if I could bring a little...
I also like to point out, this woman's got a shiner. and a busted lip. Interesting that I've not seen a single feminist talk about that. Where's the white liberal feminist to express concern for the fact that this woman looks like she's been beat? Curious.
Little Joey, my son, little Joey here. Is there paperwork, or can I check out the daycare?
Look at her face. She's got a black eye and a busted lip. No, I swear I saw like one person mention that, and it was another, right-leaning person. They don't care. The best the left can try to do about this, for the most part, is just put their fingers in their ears and go, nah, it's not happening. Well, too bad.
No. Why can't I check out the daycare?
Nothing's not here.
Okay, but if can I get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
Business card?
No, I would like your business card, actually.
You talk to your manager.
Okay, can I speak with somebody? Where are the children at?
She did say that there's not children here, right? This place gets $3 million. There's no children here.
Are there children here today?
No.
No children?
Yes.
Why are there no children?
There are two outlets coming.
Would my son, little Joey...
It's something that will be consistent, is that a lot of these places have very bizarre business hours. They open at times like 2 p.m. or a daycare center. And then the cope for that is, well, some people work weird shifts. Well, why are all of them then suspiciously all afternoon? Some of them say that they go from like 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. 7 days a week. And yet it doesn't seem to matter what time of the day people show up until after this expose. There's no children in any of these places.
We have friends to play with here? No. No. No friends for little Joey?
Yes. Sorry.
I mean, she doesn't speak English, obviously, but it certainly sounds like, yeah, there's no kids here.
Dang it. Well, have a great rest of your day. So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare.
Joey's still homeless.
Joey's still looking for daycare.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism.
Here's the major conceit here. From what has come out is these daycares were set up expressly for like migrant community. So people were so even if this was all working correctly, at best it is a daycare just for all the migrants at the expense of the people who are already complaining that it costs you need to have at least 3 incomes worth of on average to be able to afford daycare.
So here's what it actually is. This is subsidies in the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars in some instances towards individual migrants who start these businesses to take care of their own children. You'll see a lot of these places, they'll say how many children are they, allowed to have in it, and how many do they have enrolled. Consistently, you'll see 2 enrolled, 3 enrolled, 1 enrolled. That's their own kids. How much are they getting paid for that? $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 a year. So hundreds of thousands a year in some instances to take care of their own children. And we're going to see, because some people have listed their own homes as their child care centers, because obviously they're getting paid to take care of their own children and their giant mansions. Yeah.
Here in Minnesota, because of the government funds that they're receiving, I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him into the autism center. Because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here, because there's
Why are you asking us about
the fraud. Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a ghost spot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's our number on you. But this is we can't let you guys see. So.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve. I know the answer. It's 0.
Yeah, and it turns out if there's any kids they serve, it's their own. These are massive subsidies to pay for their own children. Well, people, let's be clear, Americans and people in the UK as well, native people in their homelands can't afford to have children, either because of the exorbitant costs of things like daycare, the exorbitant costs of everything. At the same time, these people are being paid tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars to have children and then take care of their children. So this is the last clip I'll play from the documentary. And then if you've not seen it, again, I highly suggest you watch the whole thing.
The healthcare companies, loads of them.
Because this part also is kind of being lost in the sauce, is the healthcare aspect of this. It's just, I think people are so overwhelmed by just the daycare element, and it's so visceral that there's no children, there's no playgrounds outside. These are all in weird, building complexes, in office buildings. There's no place for the children to play outside. But it's also healthcare companies, and this needs to be investigated much further, in my opinion. And it needs to be investigated not just in Minnesota, but in every state in the country.
Right here. We want healthcare.
No, it's okay.
Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here.
No.
Why can't I get healthcare here?
No, wait.
Warning, you are under video surveillance. No trespassing, security, armed.
Armed security at a healthcare center. Again, they're also saying these are just administrative offices. They send people home. Okay. I think that's a bit of a stretch. These are just administrative offices, though, allegedly. That's why nobody works there. You can't get healthcare there. There's no doctors to see or nurses to see or anybody to see there.
There's no one to refer you to another location where you could fill out the forms. No. Oh, sorry. No. This is the administrative end of things. You need to go to this place here.
Yeah, they didn't even say that. If that were the case, that they were just administrative offices, then you'd think that some of them would have said that, but they didn't.
Strangest place I've ever been to get healthcare. Just a bunch of different places. Healthcare here, healthcare right here.
That one had a Somali flag on it, if you noticed.
By the way, there are people who've made industry, there are people who made book careers out of just pointing out these kinds of exploits in the system.
Yeah. This Nick Shirley guy is made now. Good for him.
Healthcare here, healthcare right here. Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C. Now we have another Helping Hands, Home Care LLC, another healthcare company. Present Help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
All right. We will not get any healthcare here.
There's a front desk there, and she can't tell you anything? I'm sorry, this is an administrative office. She can't tell you anything. And none of the excuses pass the sniff test on this.
David, this is one of the stranger places I've ever been. Literally, healthcare every door you go to, yet nobody will give you a rate. How much money do you think's been funneled through this building?
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the daycare centers, and they actually took down our information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were...
And that's what you're going to see, is that I would speculate that about 1 in 20 of these are legitimate. So now that they've had some time to scramble, they are finding the 1 in 20, 1 in 50, or whatever the number is of these that are real.
Which again, I want to set up so they can look after their own kids and get paid for it.
Right, and just going, look, it's real. Look, we found a real one. Therefore, they're all real. That doesn't pass the sniff test either. TG France for 5 says, Ave Broken Crown, Christus Sir Exit. I hope you all had a grand Christmas and a happy new year. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you, man. You too. Merry Christmas and happy new year.
Merry Christmas, man.
Then met with the police.
We received a complaint that gentlemen matching your description were in this building.
The fucking audacity of these NWAs to call the police, and they often did.
Why wouldn't they?
Because of course the police are on their side. Exactly.
They literally have people in fucking City Hall.
They don't fear any of this because they know that the people in the government are, they're also making money off of this. And they're the ones who paid the police, so the police are on their side.
harassing the individuals who stay here?
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building, so.
Okay.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers that everyone here is fraudulent.
He didn't say that. It's interesting that she knows that, though, because of course they know what they're doing. They may have 68 IQs, but some of them have a little inkling of a fucking idea. They know they're defrauding the system. It is astonishing to me, by the way. I cannot fathom. And maybe this is because I'm white. Going to another country and then just being like, I'm just gonna rip these people off for every fucking cent I can. And then send every cent that I make on top of that back home to my own country. Fuck you. No gratitude whatsoever. These people hate you. It is this Western countries are not set up. And particularly in places like Minnesota, it has a very large Scandinavian population, and Scandinavians tend to, I mean, look at the way that Scandinavian countries have organized themselves. They have that idea of janteloven, that, you know, people help each other out. Well, when you bring in people from Africa, people from the third world, they don't have any kind of concept of that. They have an idea of helping out their own tribe, but not of helping out other people who just happen to be citizens of the same country. They don't give a fuck about you. Somalia is full of tribal warfare to this day. These tribes all hate and kill each other, but they take care of their own. And it's unbelievable to me. But that's, of course, how they think. And honestly, white people need to start thinking a little bit more the same.
So
he's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
No, this is a area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason that you guys are here?
Well, we were checking rates.
No, he's not.
We were checking rates. We asked.
He legit did ask for rates.
I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived. We were checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building. No one would really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady. What's the problem, officer?
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from now multiple individuals that you guys were harassing individuals who work here. At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also one the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So
as we got escorted out of this building, the Somalis filmed us as we left, and we headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside of the building.
Right.
It just never ends. There's hundreds and hundreds of these places, just in Minnesota. So now the copycatting has begun. I don't remember, was it Andrew Bronca? No, it wasn't. It was another lawyer who, Josh Moon's lawyer, one of the ones he works with, tweeted out, like, you're going to see a bunch of copycats of this. And it began instantly. It began within hours of Nick Shirley's video going up. Other people started doing their own investigations. Because, I mean, the question that it poses is obvious. If this is the case here in Minnesota, obviously, this is going to be happening in other states. So it started to be done in other places as well. And I just have one here, but I've got some more we'll watch.
Then the collective autism fucking focus.
Yeah.
Nationwide goes to fraud investigations.
Yeah.
I bet there's some people shitting broken glass right now.
Yeah.
And we sort of did. We saw the same thing. You know, the windows with vinyl covering, can't see inside. We ring the doorbell, but actually somebody responds to us. Hey, is this the Gosh Family Childcare?
This is in Washington State. We'll see some more from Washington State as well later.
No. It's not the Gosh Family Childcare. No. Okay, is this what's the name of the childcare here? I don't know. I ask, has this place ever been a childcare? The woman says no. But obviously Washington State records tell a completely different story.
Yeah, this specific address is locked into Washington State records as a daycare.
Yeah.
It's locked into, like, the Google paid for the business.
Yep.
It's this address.
And it's up to date with licensing. The numbers here.
Okay,
Kristen.
so we just visited Dagash Family Childcare. This address was confirmed online. They get $23,206.
$23,000 a month. No, essentially what it is they are, again, being paid to take care of their own children. I could go for $23,000 a month. You know? I can think of a hell of a lot of people who would go for $23,000 a month to raise their own children. Holy shit. Speaking of Slosher, for 100 Canadian says, Elon says he estimates through Doge that 20% of government spending is fraud. Between that and money coming in from tariffs, they can probably get rid of income tax. Get better soon. Happy New Year, all. Hope you have a better 2026. Finally just joined your Patreon. Hey, thank you so much, man. Bill is struggling. I know you can hear him coughing a little bit in the background. Thank you so much, man. Holy shit. I think that 20% is probably at least what it is. And I do hope that they freaking do something about it, man. People are furious, and they are right to be so. Right to be so. Thank you again. Airmake Discourse for 5 says, everyone's talking about Minnesota fraud, yet forgets the $24 billion in homeless care fraud in California. Airmake, I have not. I've got that later. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, excessive tolerance leads to excessive deaths and theft. It does indeed. And yeah, I think maybe the 20% is a lowball estimate on that.
$60 in October.
They have made $210,000 just this year.
And how many kids again is this place registered for?
Oh, that's the fun part. 3.
Yeah, they're kids. That's who it's registered for. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of this, because that's like part of the narrative response to this is old news. Because here you can find, this is Minnesota's DHS Scott Stillman talking about it in 2018. This is a short clip.
Department of Human Services computer forensics director. He also alleged money from the daycare fraud was being sent to fund terrorists in Somalia. $100 million.
And that's true. That's been confirmed as well. It's Al-Shabaab, whether they're sending the money to. But they've known about, there's been obviously reports about this since 2018. Here's some more old news on it. Millions of dollars in suitcases fly out of MSP, but why? For 5 months, Fox 9 has been investigating what appears to be rampant fraud in a massive state program. I think this is in 2018 as well. Fraud suspected of costing Minnesota taxpayers as much as $100 million a year. It's way worse now. Fox 9 investigators' reporting is based on public records of nearly a dozen government sources who have... And by the way, that was also... The way that they found this stuff out is because they were just looking at government databases saying this place is licensed, and going and looking to see if they were legitimate. The thing that's crazy is that a lot of these places have been recently visited by inspectors, and they usually get terrible reporting, but they just let them pass and continue to withdraw money from the government anyway. Because of course they don't meet standards, because they're not built to be actual childcare facilities. It's people taking care of their own children, often in their own homes. And then renting out a building and pretending they're doing it there. Suitcases filled with money. Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, mysterious suitcases filled with cash have become a common carry-on. Sources say took a carry-on bag through security that was packed with $1 million in cash. Travelers can do that as long as they fill out proper government forms. Fox learned these cloak and dagger scenarios now happen almost weekly at MSP. The money's usually headed to the Middle East, Dubai, and points beyond. Sources say last year alone, more than $100 million in cash left MSP in carry-on luggage. This is 2018. We're talking about 7 years ago. This stuff was being reported on. Tim Walz announced an expansion of the fraud empire just last year. This is 2024 October. Minnesota's economy doesn't work without childcare. You enriching yourself, Tim Walz, doesn't work as well without childcare, I'm sure. And by childcare, you mean stealing money from taxpayers and lining your pockets. Last week, we announced funding to create thousands of new childcare slots through the state. It's an investment in our workforce, our economy, and the well-being of children and families. You have stolen money from taxpayers to enrich a bunch of migrants through fraud. Meanwhile, regular people, American citizens, can't afford childcare, can't afford to have children. Dude, Tim Walz is cooked on this too. Can you believe that this guy allegedly almost was vice president? That would have been maybe a different reveal on this. Resurfaced VP debate clip shows Walz bragging about making it easier to start daycares in Minnesota. There's a clip that has aged like fine milk. It's also in a lovely, what is this? Potato pea? I don't know. Jesus Christ, the quality on this clip.
Or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents, to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families.
The best state in the country. The best state in the country. If Minnesota's the best, I want to know, I think there needs to be far more investigation into California, into New York, into Washington, and it is beginning into Ohio, as we'll see. Even though Ohio, much like Minnesota, is not necessarily, Ohio in particular is a purple state, but and Minnesota tends to vote blue. I don't know anymore.
Well, now with Otis realizing that you can actually make a decent like splash online if you do your little investigation into this shit. This is gonna like you get like the crowd who did like he won't divide us on this.
Yes,
that you will not miss a single crumb of fraud.
Yeah, I please use your collective
Bounty
autism
hunting
powers.
is back on the menu, boys.
I feel that what will inevitably happen is you are going to get, however, grifters, true grifters, who are going to have no concern for decorum or propriety whatsoever. They're going to make an enormous arse out of themselves, and then everything will be discredited. I don't think it'll work, though. The fraud is too deep. The fraud is too extensive. I don't know if they can get away with that. The main thing I think that they want to do is just call people racist, but that doesn't work anymore. What I've been waiting for, and I posted about this on Twitter, is I said it's curious because they've totally been exposed to the point where they don't even know like how to go with their own narrative. They can't say it's fake because then their own side is also admitting it's old news. So where do they go with it? And the answer to the cycle of it's not happening, the ultimate place that ends up at is it's happening and it's a good thing. And I'm curious as to why they didn't just jump to that, because the left has been completely mask off for years at this point that they hate white people, that they hate Americans. And so why have they not just unilaterally jumped to, yes, we are defrauding white Americans because Minnesota is like 80% white, and they're going to be overwhelmingly the people who pay taxes. Let's be honest about it. The people who pay taxes in Minnesota are largely white people, and probably some Asians. Why did they not just immediately jump and say, yeah, the fraud is happening, but fuck you, Whitey? I'm shocked. And you know, Spoon, I guess too, I'd like to get your opinion on that. Why are they not just, bold-faced coming out and saying, yeah, we fucking stole money from you, fuck you, cracker? I'm curious. You there, Spoon? Oh no, I've been rambling. Maybe I drove him. Maybe he fell asleep. Spoon! Oh man, damn it. What? We've lost him within an hour. Let's see. Still on the Lich for 100 ARS says, Happy New Year, crew. Speaking about shameless, disrespectful NWAs and fraudsters, should ask Hassan who should get the Luigi's Mansion prize for this corruption. Well, Hassan has talked about it a little bit, but everything he said about it has just been Israel. Israel's bad. Shut up about this. Israel. Which, I've said this about Hassan before as well. He is the best PR that Israel can buy. And don't get it twisted, he's bought and paid for by Israel. Because he's bought and paid for to be a heel. To sit there and respond to massive fraud and go, but Israel. And specifically what he said is that people being concerned with the fraud is just like Israel. That was his exact message. So, what he's saying there, of course...
Hassan is getting increasingly like soft in the brain. Like he's slowly like just
what does that mean?
backsliding to the point where it'll sound like that one fucking Soldier Boy song about anime, which is a bunch of guttural nonsense.
What does that mean, though? It implies that Israelis or Israel would care about working class people being defrauded money so that they can't pay for childcare by people who are scamming them. I mean, the people on the left supposedly care about all these social welfare programs, right? It's one of their big things they bang on about all the time, is that we need money for social welfare programs so people can afford to raise their own children. So when he says that people being concerned about fraud being done against American taxpayers so that they can't afford to raise their own children, so that money that has been set aside for childcare is going to line people's pockets, and he says that's like Israel... Would anyone who's not insane reads from that is that you're saying, okay, that's a good thing. You're associating Israel with a good thing. Like I said, Hassan Piker is the best propaganda that Israel can buy, and I certainly consider him as much. Now you'll see here, this is the Minnesota Registry lookup for services that are offered in the state. As you can see, it's not available. Unusual activity. You are seeing this page because our system identified unusual activity. We want to ensure the security of your data. If you believe you've reached this page by mistake, please complete the field below to contact us. Provide a reason for accessing this page. Oy vey, they shut it down. For a while, you couldn't even get into the page because it was being pinged too often. But now, if you want access to public information, what is supposed to be public information, yeah, it's not available. Anna Kasparian reckons Shirley's a YouTuber, as she calls him, cross state lines to do the interview, so it's his fault. She also, it was strange, Anna went right back to form on all this stuff. It's not happening. Fuck this Nick Shirley guy. I thought Anna had maybe learned something. Clearly she's learned nothing. When push comes to shove,
she was told, shut the fuck up or lose your career.
When push comes to shove, she protects her own wallet. She's probably making money off this too. This is such a massive level fraud and wealth transfer that I guarantee pretty much everyone on the left in the United States is skimming a little bit off the top of this. Not just I'm not talking about just the daycare fraud, to be clear, because it's not just daycare fraud. It's also the Medicare fraud. It's probably happening in like every single industry. And they're all skimming off the top. So of course they don't want any of this to be investigated or looked into because they've all enriched themselves off of the backs of it. It's just been revealed that the phone number of Minnesota's Sweet Angel Child Care goes directly to the office of Governor Tim Walz. Walz's office line has been removed from Minnesota's Sweet Angel Child Care's business listing, but no new phone number has been provided. The absolute audacity of these NWAs. Do you know what I mean? They just listed, because they know who signs the paychecks. They know who pays the bills. It's Tim Walz. So if you want to contact us, just call him. Like the clownishness of it. So of course they've removed it now, and we're now in the kind of cover-up section of this story, right? Of the ongoing cover-up that's been occurring. Wait, sorry, that was the same thing. How did I manage to copy that twice? Oh, whoops, that's why. So the first cope is, well, they just came during our off hours. And this is still kind of the ongoing cope.
Go back to that last one. Go back to that last one.
Were you looking at this turkey?
Yeah.
The turkey burster. Oh, it's Memes Lich. She's a good follow.
Oh, that was good. That's good. He's just been violated by the turkey.
Yeah. So, the immediate cope is, you don't come during our opening hours. Now, this place has been the central focus of the debacle because it is the Quality Leering Center.
It's accurate.
Oh, that one, yeah. Oh, that's where that came from?
Yeah.
Oh, even
no, it's layering.
Layering, right. The Quality Layering Center has been sort of the face of this because of the fucking sign. I mean, what do you think you're going to layer at the Layering Center?
That it got to the sign stage and no one told them.
Well, they can't read. They're Somali. They have no idea.
Did you think someone at the sign making place was like, they haven't noticed this? Oh, this is going to be really funny.
Well, they're probably Somali too. Or some other form of immigrant, and they can't read English either. I guarantee whoever made the sign is also a business that's getting a bunch of government subsidies for their small business
slightly
venture.
Like Mexicans or some shit, then they'll just like, aha, yes, my chance to dab on the Somalis.
Maybe. It's probably, or it doesn't even matter. It could even be another tribe of Somalis who wanted to fuck them over. But the most likely answer that Occam's raisin, the Occam's raisin. Dude, I'm a bit congested. I'm a bit congested, so some words are getting a little bit mashed up. Like potatoes. Look, Occam's raisin
Irish
here.
Insult?
The Occam's raisin is that
Occam's raisin.
is that none of them can fucking read English or speak English or write
Neither can
English.
you.
Apparently, it's contagious. Okay, it's what I layered. Okay, I layered that at the Quality Layering Center.
I'm learning.
I'm learning.
Nick Shirley, the YouTuber, if he was standing in front of you
I have
right
nothing
now.
against him himself, but I do have something against the rhetoric. It's if you're gonna be a journalist, just have a moral compass. Like do what you
Have a moral compass.
It's
Yeah,
literally a fucking parakeet chirping back sentences it's heard before.
Exactly. They're just using magical words, right? Oh, have
That's why it's in
you
like these
know,
weird short flutters of
Journalist.
words. Because they're just
Yeah.
phrases that they've
Racist.
memorized.
Islamophobic. No, you and your ilk defrauding American taxpayers, many of whom are probably not in a very good place either financially, who can't afford to send their children to daycare. You're defrauding them. Fuck off.
do correctly. If you catch business that are fraud, no one here is with that, or like we all support that as a community. I don't support that myself. I was born and raised here. I'm not for fraud. Like the notion that hey, a certain batch of somebody got caught, so all of them support it. It's like no one. If in any community, any mishaps that happen, the rest of the community obviously doesn't want that to happen. It's staying on all of our names.
No, you do. You wanted it to happen up until you got caught. You are not upset that it happened because you were enriching yourselves. You are upset you got caught. Many, many such cases. This is how children react. You're not upset that you did a bad thing. You're upset you got caught. Grant Nick for 5 says, I worked in law enforcement and EMS back in Minneapolis back in 2015. We hit those places weekly. Only thing we'd find is a list of names. Been going on for years. Yeah, apparently, man. And that's apparently that one of them was broken into the other day. And curiously, the only thing that was stolen was the list of names, right? And other documents from that actually showed how the business operated. We should feel very bad for those people. Oh, terrible. There's been a racism that's been done against them. Let's see. No one for €5 says most sign makers nowadays are just on online storefront. That's true. Send picture, get sign printed. No thought is part of the process. I thought about getting a
So most of the
neon
Somali businesses,
sign.
to be honest, doesn't matter
True.
how much technology is involved.
68 IQ. I thought about getting a neon sign printed or made like to go behind me, and maybe I'll do that if I rebrand. Although if I have to rebrand just to like get YouTube to like, hello, YouTube. It's the most annoying thing. I don't want to bang on this too much, but I've been dealing with this for a year and trying not to talk about it because I know no one wants to hear fucking YouTubers complain about how their channel's fucked. I get it. But the most annoying thing is that I know people want to see the videos. They tell me they're like sitting around waiting for them and they can't find it. They don't get showed it. And it's so frustrating to know the audience is there and to just not be able to get through YouTube's bullshit to get to my own audience. Fucking lunacy shit, man. Anyway, if I make a new channel, maybe I will get one. They're cheap as fuck on Temu. You can get them on Temu, and I guarantee that if I put in Quality Leering Center in the Temu fucking thing for the neon sign, they would send it, as instructed. Hey, Spirit. You need to add more Skibbity toilet AI? No, man. What was that, Spoon?
It just means it's well lit.
Yes. M2M Tomb for 5 says, when is Amalgamite coming back? I was so drunk when she was on because that's when I was over.
That's when I had the stomach ulcer, which I didn't know about until the alcohol hit it and like mainlined my fucking bloodstream.
Well, you should
I made
maybe
a
ask her at
massive
some
tit
point,
of myself.
Spoon.
Every time I think about it, it makes you cringe. I legitimately feel horrendous.
I have. I've asked her multiple times. But again, she has very weird operating hours.
Oh, all right. Well, I'd love to have her back on.
Yeah.
I thought about
a redemption stream.
Yeah, I thought about asking some people on tonight, but then when I started to like look at how much we had to cover, I'm like, there's no way we can talk to anybody else on this. Like this is gonna be, the flash round, just like clip. Let's go, story after story. It's a lot. Since Aiden's married, she should encourage them all to explore her options and try conversing with men for a better life. I mean, I don't know about getting involved with that, but like, I understand why people feel like it's not worth getting into it. I wish they would. But I understand why particularly younger people think that relationships are a bit scuffed, you know? Things are rough out here in these streets. I mean, for everybody, like, I'm talking about this kind of fraud stuff. People can't afford to have kids, which is kind of like the whole point of all that stuff, you know? Ultimately, it is. Death Takes for 25 Canadian says, a belated Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you all. Hey, thank you so much, man. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. Let's see. Ganji Blob Flankus for £5 says, if you took Tim Walz, lowered his stupid-looking 25%, and raised his evil-looking 25%, you would get John McCain.
Yeah, you got wrong.
True. Happy New Year. Indeed.
Oh, I've never seen that. I never thought about that one. I'm used to thinking in traits and like sections of skull. I'm not used to thinking in like sliders.
Sliders, yeah. You gotta move around his Oblivion sliders. He does look like an Oblivion character. He's very potato-like, you know.
As you guys can see, we don't want that to happen. We don't take part in that. We don't like that. We don't want
You literally do.
But just to say, hey, a certain company got caught, so they must all
The
do it.
people that are known all over the world for pirating is not particularly good at lying and more at the theft. Jeez, I can't imagine why.
Astonishing.
Imagine having
IQ
like an absolutely beautiful stretch of coast that you have a established piracy industry in, you know, pretty much what anyone could ever ask for, and then proceeding to run around the globe seeing who you can fucking scrounge off of.
I'll show you why they do it, because again, I guess I put them somewhere. I knew I put them later for some reason. But I've got more clips of them doing these investigations in other states. Oh, that's why, because I wanted to get through the Minnesota stuff as a chunk first. They show up to some of these people's houses. They are massive McMansions that they're living in. I mean, I was astonished at the size and just wealth of the homes that these 68 IQ people, scamming taxpayers, are living in. It's shocking.
You don't have to be smart, you just got to be smarter than the government, and that's not...
Well, they're not. But that's the thing, is that they're not smart at all. The government is just doing this for them, setting all this stuff up, and then letting them loose, and then I believe that they would never get caught, because again, they'd been investigated for it before, and there'd never been any outcry about it. It's just been able to, sweep it under the rug. They had no idea what to do, because of course they get kickbacks from these people. They donate to their campaigns. It is a give and take. It, very much, it's, I'll do something for you, you do something for me. It's a massive fucking ring of corruption and fraud.
I'm not a fan.
2 to 10 p.m. may not be your typical daycare hours, so can you explain why it is that you operate during these hours?
The reason for that is we're after school hours.
So they showed up at 10 a.m. Yeah, we're after school hours. We're 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. No, first of all, people have looked into this. You can't get licensed to be a childcare facility for that kind of time. That is not what they actually even have licensing for in the middle of the fucking night. If it's a daycare facility, it has to operate predominantly during the day. MTM Tomb for 5 says, no, Aiden, you can try talking with them all. Every person can make a difference in someone else's life. You have the power. I suppose, man. I feel like it's easier to talk to somebody about that if you know them a little better, but I would love to have her back on. It was a really fun time. It was just, Bill was sick and drinking, and I was on a sort of vacation where I just went to go visit my friend for a little bit. Vacation. And I was also drinking. Which was not the best time. Not the best time for that particular stream. We were both having a little bit too much fun, I guess. I did enjoy the stream, but we acted a bit of fool. Ardent for 5 says, cheap New Year's ad. Ardent plays on Elbrum R 9 EST Part 7 live. Live and Let Die live read. To hell with Malgorithm on this platform. Get better soon, all. Thank you, man. Yeah, fuck the algo, dude. It's not even the algo. It's a bunch of shit. Whatever.
Most of our clients, not most of our clients, all of our clients is after school hours. So school's earliest dismissal would be 2:15 to 2:30ish, and the latest dismissal would be up to 4:30ish, 4:40ish. So that's when our kids come to us. We don't have anyone in the morning. We deal with only parents and clients that come to us after school.
Now, the interesting thing about this is that 80% of Somalis in Minnesota are unemployed. So, what are they doing during the day or at evening that they need childcare anyway? The answer is fucking nothing. These people don't work. This is their job, scamming people.
So that's why ours are 2 to 10 p.m. If we try to do, once again, I'd like to conclude, the YouTuber that was making the claims, you were here earlier today. I came here at 1 o'clock. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're closed. You claim we're fried. Where are you?
He has other shit to do. He's going to other places. This is such a bizarre pivot from this guy. Of what? Why isn't he here right now while the other people are here? Because he's going to other places, you idiot. Now they've got, once again, and this is on a different day too, by the way. So he's asking, why is this guy not back here today on a different day? Because there was also a strange thing where people said, one of the narratives quickly was, oh, because Shirley released the video during the Christmas holiday, and they went, oh, well, of course they were closed during Christmas, because these fucking morons don't understand that it takes a while to make a YouTube video, and you can't, film all that kind of stuff, and then upload it, a 45-minute edited, thoroughly polished video, the same day you record it. But if you're really stupid, maybe you'll believe this. Yeah, I know. Deadpool Kid for 5 says it's probably time for the old world to go like that of Sodom and Gomorrah, ash and smoke. This part of it, the liberal paradigm has failed. Democracy, I would say, has failed. And this is all proof of the failures of liberal democracy.
Why are you not here right now? It's like you're trying to put out
literally has no object permanence.
Yeah.
I make that claim. I don't want to make that claim.
Yeah, that's what it is, Bill. You're right. He has no object permanence. So he's like, why has he not apparated here right this second if he wants to talk shit? He doesn't have any idea. He doesn't understand that like other people have timelines and stuff. Even despite very ironically while saying, "Whoa, we operate as an evening daycare, an evening care, if you will."
Knowing him personally, that's what it seems like he's doing from his front. Where are you right now? He was here earlier. He was recording us.
He was there weeks ago.
We had no issue with it. We told him, "Hey, just get off our property. You can record." Now he's not here.
He was there days or even weeks ago, potentially, when it was recorded. And so here's the narrative, of course. Yes, all of them there. This is also, I think, the Leering Center as well. It's not going to load. They finally got some kids to show up. This was very interesting. After the video breaks, all of a sudden, they call all their cousins and brothers and sisters and say, hey, bring your kids over so that we can give the appearance of being a functional daycare. And the idiots fall for it and go, look, there are children there. Also, don't record the children because if you record children, then you're a pedophile. These are the kinds of arguments that are legitimately being made by the left right now. And it's fascinating to behold.
Talk to a mother dropping off her kids.
Wow, CBS News, Minnesota, you're pedophiles for recording children. Just like to point that out. According to mainstream leftists at this point, you're recording a video of a child that makes you a pedophile.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
Talk to a mother.
Well, she seems trustworthy. They literally just called in their friends and said, okay, bring your kids over for a couple days. Whatever. Well, make sure that the news films it. They probably, even when I wouldn't even be surprised by this, that when the people with the news cameras show up and there's no children there, they go, oh, wait a minute, make a couple phone calls, and all of a sudden, yeah, all of their cousins and, relatives come over and drop off some children. Now they have attempted to fix. It is. Again, 68 IQ. They've tried to fix the Leering Center sign because obviously it's, embarrassing. And like I said, it's the face of this scandal.
It's 10 out here outside the Quality Luring Center on a Tuesday night. Got 10 Somalis out here trying to fix their misspelled street name.
Oh, they also had the street misspelled. It was Nicolette with 2 L's.
We'll see how much success they have there. Got this guy back here who's going to continue pacing around. He's already got several photos of my license plate. I don't know what he's going to do with that. But
Later.
He didn't quite finish the job changing out the sign. Guess I interrupted there.
It's very bizarre. The thing that they like pasted it over with to put Learning Center on is strangely grayed out. I mean, it does say learning now. There's an N in
I
it.
think it's a vinyl wrap, so they're just putting
okay. Well,
it's written on, and then you just cut around it and then rip it off.
Billy, you gonna play the obvious riff off that joke? There is now an N in it in this building.
But if you,
indeed.
I'm in a public parking lot here. I'm not on their property.
Also, that's a dingy ass fucking place.
Well, that's the thing too. They're all in like old business buildings. Malls.
Most of them look like crack dens. Let's be real here.
Yeah, old sit-down restaurants that have all gone out of business because that industry is dead.
Hey man, do you want to have a chat? No. Okay, I was just saying you were taking pictures of me, so I was just
you were taking pictures of me.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I'm glad you're finally changing the sign. You're gonna change it to actually what it's spelled as. You want to say your name? I know. I'm on the sidewalk. You want me to pose for you? I guess you guys can do this just about all night. You don't open until what? 2 o'clock tomorrow? Is that what it is? The daycare center? 2 o'clock? Huh? What'd you say? Huh? Oh, you don't want to talk now? All right.
What a little bitch.
I was just curious. How many people do you need to change the letter on the sign? What time is it now? 10:30? Almost 10:30. Out here on this Tuesday night.
And look at the placing of this, though. This is in the center of the city. This is probably expensive to rent. I would imagine. I mean, it's a shithole. But... all just out like a bunch of zombies with their phones out.
Unlike you guys, I'm not wearing a mask. I don't have to hide my identity. You got plenty of pictures of my rental car license plate, though, so I'm happy for you on that one.
And again,
look at it, just standing
this is going
there.
to the money is getting filtered out of these and either into the pockets of people running it if they're doing it infinitely, or as we've said, overwhelmingly sending to fund money out to Somalia to fund fucking terrorist organizations.
Yes,
so these are probably fucking like street level thugs for that organization.
Yes, very likely, yeah.
Here's the thing, Somalis also have no fucking regard for self-preservation or subtlety, so I guarantee you'll see a couple of these YouTubers go missing.
Yeah. Dude needs to stop yelling outside. The kids are trying to leer. Yeah, indeed. They're trying to leer. It's 10:30 at night. That's prime schooling hours at the Leering Center.
I was just minding my own business. You guys came up to me. If you want to chat, I'll be over here. I got all night.
12 o'clock midnight.
It's now about midnight outside the Quality Luring Center, and as you can see, unfortunately, no luck getting that sign finished. Maybe tomorrow, but they have cool open flags now. Look at that, now open, because apparently they were cold.
How pathetic that is. I noticed that as well. That we're open. They've put an open sign out to let you know. Now, I think that, again, if you go there and try to sign your child up for this place, I don't know why you would, but if you wanted to, I think you'd get the same reaction that Nick Shirley got, which is, nope.
Closed just last week. Pretty wild, man.
It is wild, isn't it? And in fact, part of the thing is that they've got mixed narratives on this, on the Leering Center in particular. But here's another one. This was predictable to happen. Someone has stolen all of our documentation. This is the Nokomis Daycare Center in Minneapolis. Somebody, surely a racist, God, they all do have the same light bulb head, don't they? Broke in and stole all of their documents. Nothing of value, their documents.
Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because unfortunately someone came in to our daycare. We looked and saw what happened, and we saw that the suspect came in from the back, broke in from...
Look at the white woman in tears in the background.
That looks like a mask.
Almost. But white women, ultimately, are one of the really, I think, where you should place a huge amount of the blame for this.
Yes.
White women have facilitated this. White women judges, in particular, have facilitated this in the name of, poor brown people. And
Like,
their
I got to
fucking
say,
tears.
Somali physiognomy really is God just fucking poking us with a stick, isn't it? This is if the Lord himself would say, "Look, I made it easy for you. Big head mode's on."
Yeah. Oh, Arden just posted the same link.
How's the time?
God, it's every time. I understand now the white woman tears thing, because white women have so much empathy, but it is so misplaced. It's because they don't have
One
children.
who's got fucking bells on.
What?
It's what they call empathy. It's kind of more of a shallow kind of simulacrum of it.
Yes, the shallow simulacrum of empathy. Yeah.
The back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors was broken into as well. We saw that, unfortunately, there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation.
Oh, she's shaking. Oh no, it's so terrible. How interesting. The enrollment information and the documentation that you have children who go to this school was suspiciously stolen. How terrible.
You
How
need physical
terrible.
copies. When the state requires you to have them digitized.
Well, they don't have them now. I'm sure the files are inside the computer and they stole them from there too. They took them right out of the computer, I bet.
That was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check paper.
Textbooks or checkbooks? Checkbooks, of course. So yeah, the money trail's been destroyed. The money trail has also been destroyed. What a curious bunch of things to be stolen and damaged. God, it's because they have 68 IQs. They think they're being clever.
Papers that were from our book. This is devastating news, and we don't know why this is targeting our Somali community.
Mm-hmm. No idea? Good God, that freeze frame. No clue, no thoughts detected, I know.
As one video made by a specific individual made this all happen.
No, your rampant fraud
That sounds
made this happen.
that sounds like liability right there. You know, that's slander. That is explicitly accusing a causative link
Nick
between
Shirley,
Nick Shirley
for causing a crime. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
that's an
by the way,
accusation.
there's no crime that was committed except against themselves. Obvious. Oh, I mean, come on. Like, I feel pretty confident saying that. Really? That's what was stolen. Nothing of value. Just your checkbook.
Not the
your child registration records. The all of the documentation that there are children enrolled in your school. These are the things that were stolen and destroyed. Nothing of value was stolen. Oh, come on.
Yeah, most places, people knocking over schools and that, they tend to hit actual schools to steal the projectors. Because it's the only thing of actual financial worth.
Tablets, anything, that might have some value. Not records.
Why would they even know to look for them?
I don't. Doesn't make any sense.
We've been receiving hateful messages, voice notes threatening us since the past couple of days, including one that happened yesterday morning after the break-in. This is frightening and exhausting because
it is frightening and it's extremely exhausting to put up with this shit. Yeah.
Fatigue would be the best way to put it.
I am indeed fatigued.
This is happening to us Somali communities as Somali Americans. We are supposed to stand with each other and help each other through everything that's happening.
Of course, we know you all stand together as a unified force. That's how you were able to do this kind of shit in the first place. With, by the way, the help of women like the one crying in the background.
This is also sad that a video can cause all of this.
No, you caused all of this!
I want to say that there are hundreds of daycares out there, Somali daycares that are out there, and we all help our children and everyone in our community.
He was just going to say we all help each other.
It is clear that he was just given a script to memorize, and this is the best he could do. Like,
well, he's reading off of it, yeah. Crazy.
We have high quality daycares And this is very...
Yes, it is a high-quality Lyrian Center indeed.
Who's that?
No, this is not the Lyrian Center. This is Nokomis, but still.
One individual who made a false claim about fraud that is
not false.
happening in the daycares, how engaged everyone else to come and do this to us.
Yeah, I'm a victim. We're all victims. We didn't do nothing. We are used to this. Minnesota lawmakers confirms credible whistleblowers have come forward proving Tim Walz and his team threatened them with accusations of racism and Islamophobia if they exposed Somali fraud. Of course, it's the same playbook every single time. They knew it was going on, because of course they did. They facilitated it. And they basically said, well, if anybody questions us, and it's the same message that was translated down to the Somalis. They know anyway, because they understand that these are magic words. Just say it's racism. Just say it's Islamophobia. And it'll get all your problems to go away. I don't think so anymore. People are fucking sick and tired of it. They're sick and tired of being abused, of being taken advantage of by people who hate us. I certainly am.
Absolutely. We have dozens of credible whistleblower reports saying that exact same thing, that people were told not to say anything because they'd be called racist or Islamophobic or it would hurt the state. And so people tried to come forward but were shut down. And that protection of...
Now, if I'm not mistaken, isn't America technically still in conflict with Somali? Like Somaliland?
I don't think so.
Somalia? Or at least was at one point within this time period? Well, Somalia had no functioning government, so it was considered a armed conflict with a
rogue state or non-state. Yeah, I don't know.
If there's any crossover between, if Tim Walz's team was specifically linked to Boko Haram, would that not just make Tim Walz just straight up guilty of fraternizing with an enemy force and therefore treason?
I think he could very, very well be brought up on treason charges if things worked in a fair and just way. They don't. I think most likely nothing will happen. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that. But I think the most likely outcome is that, as always, nothing will fucking happen. So one of these places will get broken into legitimately. One of them will get burned down probably illegitimately or something like that. There will be another YouTuber who does this and fucks it up. And then that will become the story. And then everyone will move on to the next thing.
Maybe they'll have Bonnie Blue do fucking duty.
You know? Like, there's stories that we didn't cover because we didn't do the stream on Christmas last week that I would have wanted to cover this week, which are still pertinent, stuff involving Trump and the decision to just have boomers not pay taxes anymore, essentially. Because, and Trump's saying flat out, well, I understand, I'm paraphrasing, but he more or less said, I understand that I'm dooming all young people to never be able to own a house in America. But I really need to make the boomers happy. And they'll be unhappy, despite the fact that you're in your second term. You can't run again, you orange asshole. So let's just disenfranchise young people. Make it so that you cannot have children in the United States without going... You just can't. You can't afford a home. Yep. But we really want to make sure that boomers don't lose a single fucking cent on their investment because they voted for Trump. They give money to Trump. It's another fucking Ponzi scheme there too, isn't it? Another wealth transfer. Trump enriches the boomers. They donate to his campaign. They give money to the Republicans.
A magic button we could press to make this all go away.
I'm so sick. I'm so sick and tired of it because, like, look, my parents are boomers, but they don't act the way that... It's astonishing. You say something about boomers on the internet, and they will show up in flocks to talk about how, well, the reason why young people, the reason why young people, yeah, I know, the reason why young people can't afford houses, can't afford to have
to get there,
right, can't afford to have children, is because they're just lazy. Now let's import infinity Indians so that my, so that I make more money from my businesses by, using slave labor, and I really don't want to lose even 1 penny on my house. So instead, I'm going to price everyone else out of the housing market just so that I can die with all my money. And they don't even intend to. I was astonishing some of the messages I saw from boomers about that, which is that also, I hate my kids and I will die. I will take every penny to the grave with me because fuck them. They're lazy. That is a perennial boomer mindset. My parents aren't like that, but a lot of boomers are. I don't understand what's wrong with them. that the me generation, good God, they are so fucked, like just as a social group in the head. I wanted to talk about the boomer stuff, but I'm not going to get to that this week. There's too much of it.
Of a particular community is what really allowed this fraud to flourish in Minnesota for years. But we have said very publicly that, yes, the bulk of the fraud we've discovered so far is in the Somali community, but some of our best whistleblowers are also in the Somali community. And it's really important.
Well, yeah. They're going to be the ones who are most aware of it.
No one else can speak whatever fucking
and no one else
language
can
they
speak their language, yeah. However, yeah, it's not, I want to really, drive this home. We've found it in the Somali community because they're 68 IQ. Indians have a slightly higher IQ. A bunch of other immigrant groups have a slightly higher IQ. This was so easy to fold and just fall apart because the people they have running this shit show at the low level, even obviously it's the there's a bunch of Democrats above them who are actually orchestrating it, and probably some Republicans too, to be honest. They're the ones who actually organize this stuff. But the Somalis are so low IQ, of course they got caught. Even a slightly more intelligent Indian might be a little bit better at covering their fucking tracks. Protogen XL for 5 says, misspelled Minnesota daycare closed last week. State claims. New York Post. Yes, I'll get to that right next after this, actually. I've got that next up on the docket.
Important that we get to the truth of this issue. And so by failing to call it out, we allowed it to continue. And that has hurt Minnesotans tremendously, taxpayers and our vulnerable citizens. Absolutely.
So here's the problem with that claiming the state is closed thing. I will get that here in a second. But they have managed to find one that... Oh, no, this is it. It was next. It was next, literally. Thank you, Protogen XL. It was literally the next thing on the docket. So this was the claim, is that daycare was closed. It had been closed for a while, like a month it had been closed. So this is some woman from the Walz administration saying that it's been shut down. But remember, we just watched that a couple days later, they were bringing in a bunch of kids and saying, yeah, I bring my kids here every day. So which one's true exactly?
I will share that our team was notified that Quality Learning Center...
She couldn't even say it. Even she was going to say leering.
Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago. And I believe the details that were given at that time were around space concerns. And that's what was. I will share.
So yeah. Which, excuse me? There's space concerns, so they've had to shut down. And yet, after the video comes out, they're operating as per normal and acting as if, well, nothing has ever gone wrong. Their handlers and the lunatics who are running the asylum are not communicating with each other, probably because the Somalis can't freaking speak English. So the people from on high are trying to give orders to the people, to the Somalis, and they're just doing whatever they think makes sense to them. Oh, we'll just all show up, call all of our cousins, have them bring their kids by for a little bit so we can make a show of it. Meanwhile, the state is just going, no, we've already created a lie for you. And there's no communication going on there, because again, the people you're trying to organize here have 68 IQs on average and don't speak English, so they have no fucking clue what's going on, even if you did tell them. Thorax the imp, sorry, holy shit, I'm so sorry, Thorax. Thorax the imp. Shame me. For 5 says, hey y'all, I'm about to head to mass, so I'll catch the rest tomorrow. I wanted to wish you a blessed and happy New Year's. Hey, thank you, man. I'm so sorry about that. My brain is thinking about all these losers. And so I'm stuck on Simpy. Enjoy mass, man. And have
like that.
I know I did. And have a happy New Year's. And I hope you had a Merry Christmas as well. God damn.
Influences these days.
Got simping on the brain, bro. It's because there's so much simping for these fucking people going on. See you again, man. New evidence definitively proves Nick Shirley is a lying fraud. Are you ready for the definitive proof that Nick Shirley is a lying fraud? Well, here it is. They managed to find one Somali daycare that actually is a daycare.
This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hassan gave WCCO...
Or at least, it is this week. It does look as if it's been used, to be fair. But they at least remembered to bring children into it this week. Do they usually do that? Again, doubt. They didn't have children there before, but once this was uncovered, all of a sudden, they brought in a bunch of children to, show the news cameras.
After finding his daycare
Despite the state saying that the Leering Center was closed.
in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center.
In a now viral video, right-wing YouTuber Nick Shirley claims nearly a dozen daycare centers in Minnesota are taking public funds but not providing a service. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Hassan says his employee didn't respond because Shirley was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this
Oh my god. They were concerned about ICE activity, right?
Translation, we're all illegals.
We're all illegal, except for they're getting hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from the state. How are you doing that if you're illegal?
They're committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center.
Wow, do you believe this? I'm gonna show this news outlet some footage and say it's from the same day. I don't see a timestamp on this, by the way.
At around 9 a.m.
It is covered up, but they've covered it up curiously with their logo. I don't know if someone's got this in a way that can be seen. You can also fake that shit. It needs to be investigated by a forensic investigator to know if this even happened on that day. I don't believe these people. They're serial liars and fraudsters. So no, I don't believe even their signs of, oh, someone showed up with a child at one point during the day.
Where Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the...
Can't see the timestamp there. Let's see. December 16th, 2025. At, 12:50.
Why would, coming there, that doesn't, they said they open up at 2. That's 12:50.
Yeah. So they had...
Now 1 p.m.
Yeah.
more or less.
So they had someone show up afterwards.
Yeah, so that wouldn't match either time frame. They're showing up at 1.
Yeah, you're not open then. What the? Yeah, okay. They were desperate. Maybe someone did show up earlier in the day. Although curiously, again, they didn't show that timestamp. They show this
Also, wouldn't there be
timestamp.
more than one person showing up?
You'd think so. But also curious that they didn't show the timestamp for the other one. They zoom in on this one though, so you can really clearly see it. That happened a couple hours later. Once they maybe called some people and said, "Can you show up because we're worried that we're being investigated." Again, at a time that the place is not supposed to be open.
Leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later.
They made a call. Is this that confusing? Is this that difficult to figure the fuck out? They made some calls so that they could get some footage. Wow. Curious.
This is few families than you'd see at a fucking grocery store.
Yeah.
Like you'd see more people. Like you'd see more people incidentally in almost any other business in that time frame.
Found at least
I would say at least this place looks like it's set up for it, but several of them do look like they're set up for them. It doesn't necessarily, however, mean shit. This is the place that the one that I've seen that has any kind of evidence that it at least looks like a daycare inside, like a functional daycare. However, again, the times they want to focus on all happened 2 to 4 hours later from what I saw there. That's when people started showing up, one of which was before the time that the place is even open, which is weird. And then you actually have people showing up when it is supposed to be open. I think you made a call.
Children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state. Records show Minnesota officials last
Means nothing.
visited the daycare in November, noting some corrected and ongoing...
By the way, I saw one person say, we'll get to it. We'll get to it, because there's been some other reporting that's gone on about how, only 2 of the places he visited weren't licensed. So what's the problem? Excuse me? He visited 12 daycare centers and 2 of them weren't licensed? Well, it's not clear. He said they visited almost a dozen, because Nick went to a dozen, and they said almost a dozen. So what does that mean? Does that mean 11? Does that mean 10? I don't know. If it's 11... and 2 of them were missing, then it's 18% don't have a license. And if it's 10, then 20% don't have a license. That's disconcerting. You're saying 20% of these Somali daycares don't have a license and are operating anyway? I don't think that's a winning narrative here either.
Violations related to day-to-day operations, but no record of fraud.
What did I do? I'm just a typical human being who wants to
Another Hassan.
do the right thing.
Of course.
I have kids to feed.
Yes, yes, because this is all set up for you and your family. We know.
Hassan, the daycare's current owner, believes these latest fraud accusations are political.
Of
Both
course.
she and Hassan are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can.
No, you don't. No, you do not. Look, we have the numbers on this. You don't pay taxes. 80% of you don't work. This is what you consider work. Being paid millions of dollars to take care of your own damn kids.
Can't be a law-abiding citizen. At the same time, when one...
You're not actually law-abiding. It seems that way because the Democrats have bent over backwards to defraud voting taxpayers.
Not law-abiding, I doubt you're a citizen.
And I doubt you're a citizen, yeah.
Somali does something wrong, we all get collective punishment.
Maybe because you all act like a collective, that could be part of it, you know.
Shirley's video now approaching 2.3 million views on YouTube alone. They say they are getting non-stop phone calls harassing them.
I was looking for a place for my granddaughter.
With many of those calls attached to out-of-state phone numbers.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just laughing because that's funny.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The closest they could find to an actual harassing one is, again, someone asking.
It's someone just
looking for-
asking.
Yeah, it's just a basic business inquiry.
It's
That's the
basically
worst thing they've
it's-
got.
It's basically the duck meme.
Yeah, yeah. The worst thing they fucking got is another person just trying to check
Like, where's
and see
the
if
kids?
it's
Where's
legitimate.
the kids? It's basically that.
Yeah, where's the kids? Yeah, yeah. Is it a duck or a goose? I know what you mean though.
Yeah. Might be a goose actually.
Where are the
It's
kids?
goose.
But then if you ask that
Yeah, where are the
question,
kids? Yeah.
you're a pedophile. If you ask where are the children at this daycare that's receiving tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars in some instances, where are the children that you're getting paid to take care of? I want to make sure that this is a functional daycare and that I can send little Joey to. Well, then you're a nonce. That's like, again, their arguments to try and defend this shit are all so weak.
They say, knock, knock, we're gonna come. You're gonna arrest, something like that.
Is that what he said? Why didn't you play that clip? It was just a guy asking if they were open, if he could enroll his kid. Where's that clip? Let's see.
Hassan says they turned over attendance records.
There isn't a clip of that. Is there? There's no clip of that? How strange.
To comply with the Department of Homeland Security request, they're now waiting to hear back. CBS News is reviewing records related to the same daycares. All but 2 have active licenses. And Aaron, while the active...
Excuse me, again, there's that number. All but 2 have active licenses. Does that not concern you? We'll look at more of that CBS is reporting here. I don't know what they mean either, because they say almost a dozen. So that means they didn't go to all 12. So it's somewhere in the vicinity of 20% don't have active licenses, and that alone isn't disconcerting. That's just like, oh, well, whatever. Oh, most of them, 80% of them are licensed. Fuck off. This is childcare. So, speaking of the excuses.
Also, no license means no insurance.
This is insane. This is going to be a Pain Olympics thing, okay? We're going to go watch this until we want to die, okay? Which will be very quickly.
What, I already want to die. What? Black Dynamite, I'm already on the brink of the fucking roof here, boys. I'm running out of it. It is what it is. Why will you do this to me? I have bronchitis.
I know, me too. Blonde Lord for 5 says, I'm getting very comfortable with the idea of very uncomfortable things happening. And I think a lot of other people are as well. But here's I just came across this. This is a lefties 5-minute long diatribe. We'll watch a little bit of it because they're spinning all of their collective wheels to try and figure out how to respond to this. Mostly what they've been trying to do is ignore it, but I think it's too big at this point to do that. So let's listen to what the left thinks about all of this, and then we'll move into some more mainstream left responses, because woo-wee!
Oh my god, there's massive fraud in Minnesota. We were all gonna die for it if it wasn't uncovered by some racist little mediocre subpar white kid who dates his mom, running around to daycare centers and trying to film children without consent.
Yeah, there you go. That's the left's response.
There isn't any children to fucking videotape, you stupid fucking retard. That's the whole fucking point.
And then just...
That's the shittiest fucking comeback. It doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Again, this is the whole point of leftist rhetoric is not to try and convince you, it's to fill the dead air so you can't actually reply.
Just insult,
the dead air being the
ad
space
hominem,
between
accusations, nothing fucking real. Just, I'll let him play, I'll play for a little bit longer, because he's, this guy, but there's so many of them. And they all look for each other, like, what am I supposed to think about this? I don't have original ideas. I can't have real thoughts, so just tell me what to think. This guy has collected all of his opinions from Reddit and Hassan Piker and other left-wing sources, I'm sure, and this is what he's distilled out from that. This is the left-wing response. This is what's going on in their heads, if they are approaching this topic at all.
I cannot, with you freshly waxed bowling alley smooth level brain morons anymore. If you
yes, you're very intelligent.
Journalist, I immediately question how you are legally allowed to live on your own without a babysitter. Nick Shirley's not a journalist. Nick Shirley is a weird little Mormon boy from Utah.
He looks like Tim Pool LARPing as Baked Alaska.
Yeah. He's
that guy's
Mormon.
gay, isn't he?
Oh, he's kind of, I mean, he sure acts like it.
Yeah, he's
well, he's
like
Mormon. That's discrediting. And he's young. He's not, by the way, one of the things he's going to throw in here real quick is he hasn't even taken a journalism class. Yes, that's why he's good at journalism.
Yeah, he's so young. He's got grey beard hairs.
Well, he's saying Nick Shirley, who's like 23, I think, or something, 22, you know.
Taken a journalism class in his life.
Here it is.
He never even went to college. The kid can
wow, he didn't even go to college. That means he's basically not a human, right? I hate these credentialized people.
As he waltzes about like this, like...
What's your degree in? Feminist dance theory or some shit, almost assuredly? I know it's an old meme, but it probably is. Some gay shit. Doesn't matter. I also have a degree in gay shit, but I actually do occasional science things with it, for fuck's sake.
Barely read, let alone uncover massive...
Everyone's stupid, everyone's uneducated,
this
everyone's
dumb cocksucker
retarded.
is talking for at least 6 fucking minutes of nothing.
I know. Oh, I know. But he's so sure of himself.
Amounts of fraud. And when I say he's a weird little kid who
usually
dates his mom, that's not a joke. His high school prom was canceled because of COVID, and so...
Well, listen to this. So, this is actually a sad story. Nick Shirley couldn't go to prom in high school because of COVID. Who's responsible for that bullshit, by the way? Also, the Democrats. I'd like to point out. Weird, not a good idea to mention that. Mention how young people had their lives permanently fucked up. They missed out on these key experiences because of bullshit lockdowns over a cold. While the greatest wealth transfer ever to Big Pharma occurred. All under Democrat operations, right? So he couldn't go to prom, and you're gonna make fun of him for instead going and doing a prom thing with his mother. Which, look, a little weird, but he literally couldn't go to prom, you callous piece of shit. Disgusting.
So he did a prom at home with his mom, and we know about this because he made videos about it, and then a local news station wrote a story about it. And it's not just that, his mom...
It's cute! Fuck off! He couldn't go to prom because you people shut down the entire fucking world over a cold. Yeah, it is a Nick W. I agree.
Shirley, who goes by Brooker T. Jones online, and the Honey Badger, which her son affectionately calls her, which is also weird, runs...
No, it's because honey badgers are the females are very violent and protective of their young. That's why she calls herself that, you fucking freak. And you would know that if you knew anything about biology, which you don't. Obviously.
Around all over the country.
But I'm sure you've got a college degree, unlike Nick Shirley. Really showing that degree, putting that degree to good use, are you?
Racist pretend journalism with him. It's a weird relationship, a real Oedipal arrangement, if you will.
So strange, too, that you're this invested in this young guy's relationship and making sexual accusations about him and his mother. They're all like this, though. They're all like
Considering
this.
his fatherless behavior,
like
I'm going
this.
to just operate under the assumption that this man was raised in an incredibly abusive single mother household where he was molested.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a safe assumption considering the Dayglow green Shrek hoodie.
Yeah.
Breaking news that you morons keep saying, oh, why isn't all the mainstream media reporting on it, is because it's a 2-year-old story that they...
There's the other narrative. It's 2 years old. Don't talk about it. This is old news. So it's both not happening, it's fake, and it's old news. You have to pick one, you fucking tard. You have to actually pick one of those narratives. You can't do both at the same time. Either it's true, it's old and resolved, or it's fake. It cannot be both fake and true and old.
he did report on, 2 years ago when it was breaking news, and Nick Shirley just plagiarized and then made up.
This looks like Charlie from Always Sunny playing the part of J-Rock.
Bro, I don't know if I can take any more of this. It goes on
I
for
completely
5
zoned
minutes.
out. I'm off the edible.
Damn. I need to I need to get something to drink though.
I'll get a fucking round in.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Bill. So this is Brian Krasenstein, who's, again, the same kind of narratives, presents himself as exposing massive fraud, but entire premise relies on misunderstanding or misrepresenting how home daycare and home health care actually works in big cities. In Minnesota and many large cities, Somali families and many immigrant communities rely heavily on at-home daycares and at-home healthcare. This isn't suspicious, it's normal, cultural, and economic. So again, what he means by this is that these companies send somebody to your house to take care of your kids, so like a nanny, or they send somebody to your house to take care of you in a healthcare scenario. Now here's the thing, Brian Krasenstein took a bunch of fucking money in a giant fraud scam from the Russians too, by the way. So if anybody knows fraud, it's Brian Krasenstein. But is this really this is what you're claiming is happening? All of those office buildings are needed to send an individual person to somebody's house, and they're just office spaces? Yeah, right. These people are struggling to come up with anything that would stick to explain this other than fraud, because the answer is it's not that fucking complicated. Here's some Reddit opinions, just, to get their thing. This has been going on for years with inaction from Tim Walz and his cronies while they retaliate against whistleblowers. Minnesota is one of the most developed states in the nation, and thus, by extension, the world. All in spite of racist troglodytes like yourself. You suck the blood off successive liberals and then piss and moan about it. Get the fuck out of this state. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's insane. You're sucking the blood and success off of liberals. They say, while stealing hardworking people's money to enrich a bunch of fucking fraudsters. Crazy shit. They're suckling off the liberal teat. This journalist is a MAGA hack. His job is to change the subject away from pedo president. Wait, so his proof is there's no children in that daycare center is to point at another daycare center across the way with an empty room. Well, there were none in either. They're just so stupid. Kind of like the time an Israeli commander pointed to a calendar and said it was Hamas propaganda, lol. They always are trying to go back to the Israel shit, which is, they're so well programmed. They're so well programmed. Because when regular people see shit like this, they go, well, it's weird you're relating this to Israel. Israel must be doing something good that these evil fucking people hate Israel so much. Good God, they are so pathetic and stupid that they fall for this shit. They are such useful idiots. Euphoric society, you are a useful idiot for Israel. Abso-fucking-lutely. And all these fucking people are, Hassan Piker included, their deity. This video proves literally nothing. No one should ever allow strangers into a daycare to record them.
This has made hating Jews gay.
I know. If you
Must
want
I
to
have
sign your
everything
child
I
up,
enjoy ruined?
if you want to sign your child up for daycare, you have to be able to go in there. We want strangers to come into our daycare. Yeah. Don't let them see there's no kids there. Hide everything. If you look at the whole video, these guys are not creeps. They're just there to see some Somalian kids. Again, they're pedophiles. Brother, what daycares allow strangers in to film kids? Because they allow people in to sign up for daycare. Why would any daycare allow any strangers into it? These places have to... They have to actually function as businesses. Somebody's coming in there and doing investigative journalism. Oh, what are his credentials? What are his credentials? I need his credentials. Is he like a Fox News journalist or a real journalist?
They had none of this when that Somali bloke was hanging around where Shiloh fucking was.
Mm-hmm. Indeed,
who didn't
right?
have any kids and were just hanging around the playground.
That was fine, wasn't it? This is just... It's pathetic. It's absolutely fucking pathetic. But now, enough internet stuff. Let's see CNN. Where's the...
So he goes to the facilities. Some of them had already been closed for some time.
Again, there's a lie there. Closed for a week, but it was open immediately after the video came out.
Minnesota officials say that each of the facilities that he visited had been visited at least once in the last 6 months.
Which is damning. on the state of Minnesota because it means they looked at that and signed off on it.
And so far, they found...
By the way, also, when the state shows up, they're not supposed to warn these people before they show up, but I get the feeling they do. They say, hey, we're going to come by on this day, and then they remember to bring in the children, don't they? It's not complicated how this works. Because Somalians can figure it out, okay? They can figure out how to comply. Enough. And by the way, most of these places have also failed a bunch of their tests as well. Their evaluations.
No evidence of fraud.
One of them also said that, like, children were in... I was just looking at one of them. There's so much of this stuff online all the time. Said that they got a citation for potentially putting children... Or no, it was that there had been an incident of, like, loss of life or severe injury that had occurred, so they got a markdown for that. Yeah. And still we're operating, still receiving tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars from the government. But according to the own report, it looked like a child got severely injured or killed on site in one of the reports I saw. Fuck. But yeah, we'll let you know when we show up so that you can remember to bring the children in that day.
So shouldn't we have to provide actual evidence of fraud before...
Shouldn't you have to provide any fucking evidence to the contrary if you're going to counter the claims? Yeah, you should too. Evidence requires evidence. Nick Shirley's provided evidence. So far, the left has done nothing to provide any evidence to the contrary, besides saying, well, the state says there's children there. Well, the state says this. Yeah, he was going off of a state register, which, as I just showed you earlier in the stream, is not available anymore to get the information in the first place as to where these places were. Just saying the state says it's not happening doesn't count as evidence in this case, now does it?
Just walking up to a building and saying, fraud is happening here.
Who is he? Like, who gave this guy license to go?
This is all of their talking about it, as who's Nick Shirley? Let's go after him. Let's destroy this young guy's life. Who's he? Where's his journalism degree? He's not allowed to practice journalism.
Go around and say, I couldn't get into daycare centers, the doors were locked. Like, nobody should be able to walk into a daycare center because the doors are locked. These random...
By the way, I should have asked before the stream. My mother works at a daycare, right? Essentially. It's a preschool and kindergarten. There are two locks. There's two doors with two locks. So there's like an outside door, and when they bring the kids in, they have to bring them all into like the inside section between the doors. Then they have to put in like a key, number pad thing to get into the proper daycare. Now, if you go and ring the doorbell, however, on the outside, somebody's got to answer, right? They don't just show up. Maybe more than other people. Anyone who's got children and sends them to a daycare would know this as well, because this is pretty standard operating procedure, is that, yeah, if there's doorbells on these places, they are locked up to protect children. There's safe zones for them and stuff, but there's a place where someone can come out and meet with him. To at least be able to, and it will look like it's in use, because there'll be, at least all their stuff is on the inside, to be fair, like all their cubbies and stuff where they leave their lunch box. They don't bring lunches, but their coats and any of their personal stuff, they got little cubbies, they put that in. And that is on the inside of the second door that's locked, right? Well, both doors are locked. But there's some place somebody could meet them. Most of these places you can just see in through the fucking window and see there's no children there. However, a lot of them are using the same tactic where, as you can see, they've got all the windows covered up. They've got everything is completely covered up so you can't see inside. That's very curious too. Also, very curious, none of these places seem to have outdoor playgrounds. My mother's preschool kindergarten facility obviously has an outdoor playground. It also has indoor play places. These are the standards for childcare facilities in the United States. Yeah, often the windows are not blacked out. In my mother's facility, no. They're up high so that like you can't see into them. But it's been built that way specifically. It's built as a childcare center. So there is a lot of privacy in the place. There are those kind of like the sort of thin crack windows that are higher up in the building so that somebody can't just walk by and look right in, right? But yeah, there's windows that have light that go into the building, and if you got up there, you could certainly see into it, I'm sure. But it's a normal childcare facility. I think they do have some larger windows that look out, because it's on a college campus. Her school is. So it's a very safe place in general. But yeah, I very much understand and appreciate that there are real measures that these kind of centers and businesses have to take to protect children. Nobody on earth, well, maybe some people, but anyone who's not a creepy nonce understands and is appreciative of that. But that's not what's going on here now, is it? It's not. This is not about protecting children. This is about protecting fraud.
Vigilante justice, something that people in this country know a lot about. These random vigilante justice seekers who ordain themselves like some sort of law enforcement expert, like he's a random YouTuber. And I just find it laughable that the party...
Who are you, bitch? It says you're a podcast co-host of Native Land. Sounds like you're a fucking YouTuber, aren't you? Podcaster. What are your fucking bona fides and credentials here to criticize anyone, Tiffany?
Of the self-proclaimed pro-life...
They'll let anyone on. They will really let anyone on these things, won't they?
I know. Oh, loud black woman. Of course she's on CNN.
Cutting off funding to children. The white evangelical crowd who purports to uphold these Christian values are celebrating targeting communities because of their ethnicity and cutting off their
fuck off.
children.
That doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one cares that you're black. No one cares that you're Somali. No one cares that you're Indian. Fuck off. I am so ready for post-racism.
With outrage, with righteous indignation.
Uh-oh.
No, it's back now.
Okay. Okay. What
the
happened
dip
there?
as well on OBS. No, the OBS just dipped.
Oh.
Yeah.
It does that from time to time. We're back. OBS had a moment. Sorry, you had to come back to this screeching black woman, loud black woman.
That this type of thing, one day it's the Somali community, the next day it's another community. What is hard about saying...
Yes, let's start. Let's start with the Somali community. Then let's move to the Indian and Bangladeshi communities and any other community of immigrant people that are doing this kind of fraud. Let's systematically go through every single one, because I guarantee they're all doing this shit. I don't think, by the way, I don't think the Japanese are doing it. I don't think there's probably a lot of this happening in the Korean American community. However, I think there's a lot of this going on in a lot of more recent migrants from a lot of third world countries. A lot of countries that get a lot of H-1B visas. Well, they're always up to that. Yeah, let's have a moratorium on all this public fucking spending, and let's do a massive audit. While you're at it,
foreigners will move on to the locals too.
I get so excited when talking about an audit. As if you can first, along with it, please, audit all of this, and while you're at it, audit the fucking Fed. And then, let's go. Then I'll be happy. Audit every single one of these scams and audit the Fed.
Awful. What is hard about saying we should
Fuck it, just end it.
about children? And it's not just racist.
What are people supposed to do? How can you ask people to have faith in the system? Trust. Democracy works. Does it? This is democracy. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Get your hands off my penis. I love that guy.
And xenophobic, it's actually dangerous because
Rest in power, King. He really was a king.
Donald Trump is doing in targeting this community, it's putting American citizens in danger.
It's putting American citizens in danger in that you are defrauding them, stealing from their children's mouths, is what you're doing. Oh, I'm getting spice. I'm feeling that old libertarian streak that I've killed for the most part. But oh my god, it reminds me as to why I was a libertarian in the first place, which is just audit the Fed and then end it.
Because it is putting a target on their back. But there's something else that I think is really disturbing. To your point.
Yeah, and it's true. They are, at the end of the day, simply green. They're stealing from children. This money is set aside for childcare. You are stealing money from children who need it to enrich people who are not Americans, who send that money back to fund Al-Shabaab, a terrorist organization.
About who this YouTuber is, and that all
They
of
keep
a sudden,
slaves.
he made this
Yes, where the slave trade is alive and well.
video that has gone viral. Now DHS and FBI are putting resources into this community all of a sudden.
Well, they're not. I mean, because they actually had
did it.
already. Well, that's the thing. I mean, those videos that we were showing, those are
but they're
performative.
pretending like they
walking
just
into
found this out.
Performative? How is it performative? Those were... Did he pay those people to act that way? Was that staged? Is that going to be the next claim here? That he staged it? Huh? I don't think so. They are desperately looking for any excuse. Because nothing... what's going to work here? The best I can imagine is, yeah, they've already started it. They're going to burn one of these places down. These people are evil. I wouldn't be surprised if they intentionally allow children to be hurt just to cover up for their fraud, just to try and get sympathy. And I say that because I'm afraid that will happen. And these people are evil, and I'm afraid they will do that kind of thing. I'm afraid they would hurt their own children just to be able to get sympathy and get off the hook. I do not want that to happen. I think that idea is
they ain't got
sickening.
spares. It's a place with incredibly high infant
I
mortality.
know. But I still
Assuming
don't...
that even their children.
That's a good point too, but I don't want any harm to befall children. Children are innocents. Even if they're Somali, and that's their parents' crimes, right? I really hope that's not what happens. I have a horrifying inkling that's what's gonna happen. And I do not want that to happen, obviously. I don't think most people have that kind of thought at all in their head. They want the adults held responsible. They don't want they don't want anything bad to happen to these kids. Maybe want them to be, I don't know, in a functioning
They'll stage
system.
something,
We'll see how rich
false
these
flag,
people are.
or more likely, one of these YouTubers will go missing.
I don't know. People were certainly making a lot of death threats towards Nick Shirley and the others doing this.
They're walking into a deli and asking questions and then saying, have a nice day. That's not how you investigate fraud.
Correct.
Actually,
What?
to the credit of DOJ, they have been investigating fraud. They have been prosecuting people.
Yeah, again, with the double talk. Wait, so you know that they've been investigating and prosecuting people for this, which they have, but the fraud's not happening. Make that make sense. Good God. They're so incoherent on this.
The way that you actually prosecute people, not sending people to delis.
Yeah. Now here's the CBS response, which I already talked about and mentioned a little bit. Is this, well, Bill, do you need to do a physiognomy check on this specimen? Because I can tell. I mean, it's a bit obvious.
Yes.
I think I know.
It was really during COVID that fraudsters set up these fake restaurants or sham businesses and health clinics that would provide...
Yes, this fraud has been ongoing since COVID. Who's responsible for those conditions that made that possible? It's the same fucking people.
Good as he is.
Yeah.
He's not Jewish.
He's not. He looks
He's
quite
Welsh.
Jewish. Don't you put that evil on me.
I think it's just a fucking fisheye lens that's really fucking him up.
Oh, maybe. It does make him look very strange and goblin-like.
Yeah, but he does not have Jew ear.
That's true. That's true.
Things like meals to school children or...
That was a massive fucking fraud. Millions and millions of, or was it billions of fraud in the meals for school, where people were just stole millions and millions of dollars from the
Polish,
government.
that's what it is. Look, think Mike
Oh, he is
Stacklasa.
Polish. He does look like Mike Stacklasa, yeah.
behavioral health services or housing to people with addiction. And because during COVID you didn't have the same checks and balances, you had social distancing, you couldn't have the site visits, you couldn't have the in-person inspections, well, the fraudsters got away with it all and provided the receipts and collected boatloads of cash from us, the taxpayers. More than 90 people have...
CBS, by the way, is supposed to be, at this point, a more centrist-leaning news source. They're not, but here you go.
Been charged in the schemes, mostly Somalis, and more than 60 people...
People on the left think that CBS is a far-right-leaning news source. That's why I'm mentioning it, because they think that CBS is like extreme far-right, which is hilarious. But they're saying, oh, look, even far-right CBS is saying this.
Have been convicted.
Delusional.
Now you have this viral video getting traction online. It's from influencer Nick Shirley, and he visited several daycares, Somali-owned daycares in the Twin Cities, and basically accused them of doing the same thing. Running these sham operations where kids didn't show up, but still billed the federal government and collected millions of dollars in Medicaid funds. We visited those sites too, as did state inspectors many times over the last 6 months. And we found the facts on the ground tell a different story.
Oh, his camera's
Those daycares...
Yeah, I mean, this is a terrible video, too. Like, it's like, he's recorded it in phone mode. This is supposed to be we've epically debunked, and here's our debunking video. Recorded in phone mode. That's 2 minutes long and takes him a minute to get to the point. It's because they don't have anything.
And were written up for safety violations, things like maybe busted equipment.
Some of them were for children getting seriously injured or dying, by the way, but ignoring that part.
Or staff training issues, but that's not the same as being fraudulent. So
it is kind of the same as being fraudulent if they've been written up for all of these things and yet their funding has not been cut off or reduced. Because normally, when a business doesn't meet the standards that are required of it, they're in danger of losing their funding. That's not what's happened here. Many of these places have never been compliant and yet have just continued to draw the exact same amount of money, or equivalent, month over month. Yeah, that's also fraud if they are not meeting the standards and yet still receiving federal funding. Or state funding. I think it's state funding in this case, excuse me.
So it's a federally funded daycare center. How is it?
I think it is state funded, not federal funded, my bad.
Well, it's still paid for by the taxpayer.
They are getting, a lot of these places are getting also benefits on the federal level, but this is state funding for this. That's why I said the federal stuff, because they're getting maybe some federal kickbacks, or the state is getting it, and it's difficult to totally...
Open to public scrutiny.
Yeah, it's difficult to break down where all the money is coming from, because on some level, probably some of that is coming from the federal government and then being redistributed by the state for state funding, but whatever. Fels Musk for 2000, is it Hungarian? Once again, off topic, shouting out my friend's dark fairy tale, Fayfire on Royal Road by Lumen Moon. I think someone just got eaten in the story. An excellent way to start the new year. Happy New Year. Hey, thank you, Fels Musk. Hell yeah. Fayfire on Royal Road by Lumen Moon. Is that a dark fairy tale? Is it a story or is it a RPG? Thank you, though, man. I'll write that down. I think you have, you have mentioned it before. You probably have written it down before, but then you don't want to see my notes.
Sam Cedar.
Huh?
Is this guy related to Sam Cedar?
He looks like he is.
Yeah, because I kept looking at his face going, why do you look so familiar?
It is a story?
Yeah, and then it's always like, oh god, he's like Sam Cedar's younger dorky brother.
He does look like Sam Cedar's younger dorky brother. Oh, here we go.
Needs to be some prose.
Here's a story. Oh, graphic violence, profanity, sensitive content. Well, I always like me some graphic violence.
Oh god,
Here's
it's like okay, not to denigrate. This is obviously work of prose, but something about the GUI here is like, oh, it's a fanfiction.net had decent GUI design. This is fucking fantastic.
Oh, it's an ongoing story. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, man. Let me, I'll copy that. There we go. I could use something to read, honestly, that's not politics or science. What is?
And the picture goes, my god, that waist is like, I was getting mud.
Yeah. TG France for 5 says, Bill, I taught my wife the ear ratio, and now she sees them everywhere. Thank you for this gift. Oh, man. Yeah, once you see, you can't unsee. But then, Bill's the master of it. I'm only an apprentice, so I always have to ask Bill for confirmation. And he clocked the guy's ears and was like, nope.
I think his thing, the lens is distorting it so much he could, because his eye's currently up straight above his earline.
Again, he looks Polish to me now that I look at him more.
I'm guessing he is so dilute that they'd probably kick him out of the fucking meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, it's important to put all of this into context.
That's why he's overcompensating by towing the party line so hard.
I'll say good.
Maybe that's why he's towing the party line by so hard as trying to win back some Jewish clout.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, you've eaten my blood's too thin. I'm not allowed in the special meetings where they eat kids.
An issue in Minnesota, and next year it's going to turn up the heat continuously on state officials, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who's running for re-election. And there are
I wonder how that's going to go.
Medicaid-funded programs that are currently under investigation by state and federal government, but childcare is not one of them. Again, this is something we're going to keep following.
I'm sure you will. Again, it's that number that he said specifically that nearly a dozen daycares. What does that mean? What is nearly a dozen? Is it 12? It's not 12. It's nearly a dozen. So is it 11? Is it 10? Is it 9? If it's 10 or 11,
you haven't
it's
said
20%,
anything.
18 to
You
20%.
just said
You didn't
we
say
were
shit.
here too, and these things aren't true because believe us, and that's all you've
Because
done.
believe us.
Yeah, you haven't done. You said nothing.
I know. Again, they have not. They have nothing.
This is appeal to
It's-
authority. The authority being me.
Yeah, they have nothing on this. It's crazy.
It's
This
like
is
you're
the-
almost too lazy to debunk them, and you're just going like, believe us because we said so.
Yeah. Of course,
Hell.
the pivot is that it's all Trump's fault. It's all Trump. He made it up. Trump made it up.
Were meant to go to help feed hungry people during the COVID pandemic.
Oh, shut up. This is like the most pathetic fucking cope. It's because of COVID. Oh, fuck. Get fucked.
I mean, that's
Guess what? These are the
they
same
seem to be
regions.
consistent on that.
These are the
Yeah.
same regions where during COVID there was like food banks up and people were taking food out of the food banks to sell in bodegas.
Yes, yes. Jake Cotto, who's been a member for 28 months, says, Happy New Year's, man. We're getting close to it here. It's 10:15. I am hoping, Spoon, you are going to hit it in 45 minutes, right? New Year's? New Year's!
We hit it in 15 minutes ago. I'm 2 hours
wait,
ahead of you.
fuck. I thought you were an hour ahead.
All
Fuck.
the
Oh, Happy
fanfare of
New
a
Year.
wet fart at a bus shelter.
God damn it, Spoon. We should have. Happy New Year's! 15 minutes late. I don't have a noisemaker or whatever.
Yeah.
God damn it.
woo.
Well, woo. Well, we'll run through
Motherfucker,
midnight
it's built
here.
into the thing.
So, there we go. Let's go. Happy New Year's, Spoon.
That'll wake the people up who were using this as a fucking podcast to sleep to.
Nobody could do that. I've been
I
too
can't sleep.
fired up.
I can't sleep at night now. Neither can you, dickhead.
Well, it's an hour and 45 till it's midnight here, so we'll try to make it to the end. Spoon, if you do have to dip, don't worry. I'll make it out through here. Bill and I will, but I hope you do. It is midnight. I am gonna perhaps have a bit to drink tonight, although I'm not supposed to. I've had
Already
had a
put
little
some
bit
drink,
already.
dickhead,
I've already had
as,
a little.
as per your request.
Thank you. Thank you. I've barely had any of it though, so I'm gonna have a little bit
Good,
to drink.
that
It
way.
is. I'm trying
retarded.
to. I'm gonna try to get off the booze in the new year again. I did so well for the vast majority of the year, and then they killed Charlie Kirk, and I had a bad time, man. Quetzal Pacheco, for 20 Mexican pesos says, either a woman or the Kaiser's fault. Every single time, it's either a woman or the Kaiser's fault. All such cases. Indeed.
Risk of homelessness. So, first of all, if there is fraud there, that should be fully investigated, no matter where it is, whether it's in a Democratic-led state, a Republican-led state. I mean, let's pull back. So, absolutely, it should be investigated.
If you search the premises, how many would have drugs or guns on?
True. Good question. This is just bullshit, though. It's just, ultimately, it's like, oh, well, it's just, why are people investigating? It's what it comes down to. It's that, oh, yes, we recognize there was fraud. Now, at the time, of course, they wouldn't admit to any of that. And when they finally get around to this, it'll just be quietly like, oh, yeah, that was a thing. They're trying to already do it and say, oh, no, we already dealt with that in 2018. They
Yeah.
didn't.
They will try and kill. To my
All
knowledge, they're going to
government-
at least one of these.
All government investigation, all government probes, they're always fucking useless. It doesn't go anywhere. Because this is a stupid thing that the government does. Anything, there's this stupid thing of, oh, we will not prosecute our political opponents because that's what the third world does. So you get the third world corruption, you just don't get third world solutions.
Indeed. Yes. Third world corruption, first world solutions,
Which is
which
just
end
to
up
ignore it.
facilitating. Yeah,
Yes.
to ignore it, to cover it up. To say, oh, well, it's a bit racist, isn't it? It's insufferable. I'm tired of it. Who gives a fuck about racism? Everybody's racist.
I do. It means something to me.
So do
goddamn.
I know. Right. My point is everybody's
This world
racist.
needs
Who
a
gives
better
fuck?
class of racists.
But they do need a better class of racists, and Bill is striving his hardest. Bill, I've really got to get you that shirt. I really got to get you that most racist man alive
Considering I
shirt.
threatened to murder Sparrow over it on Twitter.
I know. I need to actually make sure you have it. The thing is, Dude, again, like I was broke this year because my YouTube channel just being like, and I had paid like a bunch of bills and stuff, so we didn't do a lot for Christmas.
Oh, you hear that, folks?
But
You had to pay a couple bills.
yeah, I had to pay bills, bro. I'm not you though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We need to do something though, Bill. Like after Christmas, because we didn't do almost anything for it. We gotta go out, like have dinner or something. Anyway.
Why is this a priority in a
I'm home,
different
buddy.
kind of
Live like a
way?
monk.
I know. I didn't even really cook because I was sick, and then that was sucked so much because then I was sick. So the thing I wanted to do, which is cook. Although, oh my god, that
that being
sweet
sick, I
potato
legit
pork
lost
thing?
a stone.
Oh my god,
just because she
I
wasn't
know.
able to cook.
I look what happens. See, I have to feed him the way that I do, otherwise he lost a stone. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry.
At a certain point, this sounds like entrapment, doesn't it, boys and girls?
That sweet potato pork thing I made was so good. Though even I'm impressed.
I have to feed him or else he might go away.
If he regains the
diminish to
use of his
nothing.
legs, then listen, if they don't chop his feet off because his pancreas stops working, how will I make sure that my position will secure?
Stoneless. He's stoneless. What's TOTBL? Oh no, what does this stand for? Now I gotta look this up. Turn on the bright lights? Interpol documentary? What? Is this an Interpol song? You're talking about the Interpol song? Bruh. I don't know. I think it's the wrong thing.
The politicization
I like Interpol,
of
the band.
DOJ and the FBI is undeniable. So
Oh,
whether
shut
they're
up, you
reliable
useless wench.
She really is.
Freaking hell.
Is the big question. And this is what happens when you weaponize and politicize federal agencies that are not meant to
All
be.
fucking
That's what you've done.
agencies, every single political agency is politicized by default.
Yes.
Like
It's
the
a
idea that
federal
they're
agency.
neutral is bullshit.
Yeah.
It's not
of
real.
Of course they're politicized. It's just such bullshit. It's, again, they are desperately looking for any way out of this. Temple of the
Also,
Black
Bill,
Light.
physiognomy check on this thing.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
He fails.
he rolled and failed. It's
simply just like not a person.
well, she's mixed, so
Very
it's,
heavily.
kidding.
She's got that kind of slope head thing that only the really heavily mixed ones have.
yeah. I have no
Or
idea.
their eyes are wonky.
There's mutt and then there's whatever that is.
El Exterminado de la Luz.
Politicized. And I think the American people are right to ask the question, well, can we trust you? And that's a
No.
sad thing to say as an American.
God damn it, for real though.
Let's recall, too, that there's also
Okay.
other scandals and other...
So the best way to describe this person, and this is going to be very crass and very crude, and I apologize in advance.
Good.
So if someone used, how we're on multiversal theory where any work of prose potentially could be reality in one timeline.
Right.
If someone
Like,
wrote
how
a slash
Chan's
fiction between
Sonnet You Shit's real.
Harambe and Jane Goodall, and then wrote a self-insert character based on their child,
Gorillas in the
this
Mist.
woman is that child escaped from that timeline to this.
This is the outcome of Gorillas in the Mist.
Oh, God.
Fucking A, Bill.
other states, for example, the Mississippi
She
welfare
looks like,
scandal.
she looks like a regular black lady got hit by a curse.
I mean, she's so pale, despite having
Yeah.
so many like very African features.
If
you know?
I was given a cup of tea that
But
looked
she
like
hasn't
this, I'd
got-
throw it in the face of the person who gave it to me.
I think she's got like Latina or something there too, or Latino.
Yeah, she's some kind of
Latinx.
mestizo.
She's, yeah, a mutt. I'm like I'm an
Yeah.
Amerimutt too, but it's all Europeans, so not right the same, but like, yeah.
Not unique to politics. Americans know that. But of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali
Mexicans look at this and be like, I'm Spanish.
Minnesota,
Indeed.
the small
Like, how
immigrant
dare-
population may have been
May have been what? Like, how dare you correctly identify the demographic of fraud?
Right. Let's hear that.
How dare you with your pattern recognition?
I like how I'm trying to like be kind of, I'm being very crass with how I describe things, but then there's just people in the chat. It's like, He's mildly David Cronenberg. Is she Monkey,
Monkey
Island related?
related.
Mutton dressed as lamb, nice
Quadroon,
hairline dish. It's getting surprisingly catty.
Well, because this is revolting. The level of fraud, these people just they hate us. They hate white people so much. They feel entitled to do this. They feel justified in doing it, and they feel proud of doing it. And then they proudly go out and lie.
Muslims
Have some
and those
actual
weird ethnic
self-fucking
like, lost
respect.
tribe Jewish blacks.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like get given the curse of ham by God, proceed to disavow pork every single fucking time.
Just admit it. This is what I want them all to do. And normally, as of the last couple years, they would have. But maybe the scale of this is just too much. Just admit your real reason for all of this. For why it happened and why you're defending it. You stole millions and millions of dollars. Just in Minnesota, and we know you've done it in other states. From predominantly white taxpayers. You hate white people, and so, therefore, you think it's okay. Just say it. I'm tired of playing the games. Maybe even 2 years ago, I don't think they would have lied about it. But for some reason, either because of the scale or whatever, they're still lying about this. We all know you have made it explicitly clear over the past 20 years that you hate white people, and you want white people to die out, and you think it's fine to kill and harm white people. So just say it this time. Say, yeah.
Okay, someone points out something very specific, and I agree with this, which is it's actually Uzarden Party. Yeah, Guyana.
Oh, she probably is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, very highly mixed, but still Guyana. Good fucking call there.
Mm.
See, I'm not familiar with the Southern Continental Americans, so because we have Madeirans for that, you know.
Guyana's in Africa.
We're getting a mic in.
Well,
Guyana?
we have Madeirans over here.
What? Oh wait, no, Guyana is in South America. I got that fucking mixed up
Yeah.
in my head. God damn. I'm sorry, I had a
Don't
fucking
fucking
brain
Jonestown
fart.
Don't fucking put that even.
Yes, it was. It
Don't make
was.
me
It
fucking-
was.
listen, I'm on. Listen,
It's because
I'm
have
already
you seen their
half
their
stoned.
flag
I'm on
is
fucking antibiotics.
I
Give me a
know.
fucking break here.
They have a really African looking flag. So my brain, my vexillology brain,
Yeah, they just have a
brought
shit
up-
flag.
brought up their flag in my head, and then I was like, "That's an African country, isn't it?" Which is kind of like a weird way to go about it. It's like because they've got a shit tier African tricolor.
Like literally every African nation, pretty much is just like just
Yeah.
throw 3 random fucking colors on.
I
there,
maybe
call
got it mixed
a-
up with Ghana as well. And I was gonna say what?
Yeah, you
'Cause
didn't get Ghana.
I had my doc school buddy was from Ghana, and
Ghanaians have a really weirdly shaped brow ridge. They kind of have like a weird, like
she was quite intelligent, but
Indian,
she was part of their like
almost aquiline
upper caste.
eyebrows.
Yeah.
They got a lot of admixture, and then then the other half, like they got other Ghanaians are like rotund fucking Bantu.
Yeah.
Well,
involved
almost
in some
Congolese
way.
looking.
Those people are being scapegoated, and that community is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right.
No, they're not being scapegoated if they
Maybe
fucking
they are
did
just
it.
shit people.
Never.
This is the kind of stuff that,
That can
makes
never be the case.
white identitarianism grow because it really does look like
yeah, and
everyone
it
else
is.
but us is worse. Like the reason
everyone
why we
is
make better
against us.
civilizations is because we're objectively better people than you. Like it really is just that simple. It's
Okay,
just
here's
that
the
you're
And they all
immoral.
hate us and are against us. So how do you not expect white identitarianism to take foot, to take hold? When you make it so obvious that you all fucking hate us. Oh my god, exactly. Extraordinary Jackson, my god, she looks like Captain Anderson. Dude, this is fucking gender swapped Captain Anderson. He's gonna send you to the Citadel. Holy shit. That's it.
Oh my
That's
god,
it.
she does.
That's Captain Anderson.
Oh god, yeah.
Shepherd. Dude,
Got a bit-
Extraordinary
got a bit
Jackson
of,
at some point.
Don Lemon in there too.
Don Lamont. Oh, poor Captain Anderson. I actually like him. All right, so here's Tim Walt's response. Actually,
yes, because America needed a Boris Johnson.
his response is, well, actually, white people commit crimes too. You can't make it up.
Yes, you.
Yeah, you.
Well, admit
Here's
it.
the white man doing the crime. It's you right there. I found him. I've located the white guy doing crimes.
Oh wait, is that the
He's
new
in the room with
Minnesota
us.
State flag, the one that's
we'll
just
get
a
to
Somali
that.
flag that they
We will
voted
get
into.
to it. And yes, that is the new Minnesota state flag. That is just a little variant on the Somali flag.
Citizens, if that were the case, there's a lot of white men should be holding a lot of white men accountable for the crimes that they committed.
Oh my God! In this time,
idea.
what I know, you've uncovered all this fraud, but actually, have you thought about white people's crimes? It's unbelievable.
And everyone with
The
any sense is
state.
looking him dead in the eyes, like, yeah, we've been thinking about that too.
Yeah, exactly. False God. They force us into this. They don't get to complain if we actually do it at some point. They don't certainly get to complain. They certainly don't get to complain after a decade plus of identitarian politics that at some point white people will go, okay, well, if everyone's going to play identity politics except for us, I guess we have to play it too. If every other group is going to act in the group interest, act in their racial group interest, then why are we not playing the game? And what did you expect would happen?
The reason is
like
because yeah, exactly. If we did, we would literally just crush everyone else.
Yeah.
Because it would.
I don't think Team Big Head mode is going to be holding out particularly long against the people who invented firearms as we know them today.
Because I have this before, like, what do we gain by sharing our spaces with everyone else? Nothing.
Well, they've demonstrated that they're not going to stop until they literally sweep over every fucking inch of the world like a yeast infection.
I'm tired of it. We're all tired of it.
Why they do not need to be here? They've got nation after nation after nation, all dedicated to them. They can't even keep this shit together amongst themselves.
We'll get to this later. I've got a story where it's like Indians are complaining that they're stuck in India and they can't go back to the U.S. because they don't want to be in India.
I'm starting to see why Gen Z is like looking at autocracy.
Yeah.
Because democracy has completely ruined them, so I can see why they're like, can we just like get a Caesar to just like kill everyone else? Like, yeah.
What are the options for Gen Z? What are their options? They have none. They've been disenfranchised completely out of higher education,
mortgages.
out of jobs, out of housing, out of having a family. They have been When you leave young men with no options, they are an animal in a corner. What do you think is going to happen? I'm just saying that I'm not
corpses.
agreeing with anything that necessarily will happen, but I think young white men are tired of it. And that's why I hope the Zoomers, you're our only hope. You know what I mean? Like, the millennials are cooked. We're a cooked generation. We're the last that kind of got anything. We didn't really get a whole lot out of it. We had good childhoods. But then when we came of age, that was when they started to take everything away from people. They started to restrict. It all had to be DEI. There's no jobs for you. Millennials are fucked in terms of finances, housing, childcare, the same as Zoomers are. Zoomers are a bit more fucked, but they're comparative. But the millennials had at least experienced the quote-unquote good parts of modernity. The Zoomers didn't even get to have that. And the Gen Alpha certainly didn't. So we'll see what happens there.
I'm not surprised they look at pictures of the Third Reich and then just go like, why can't we have that? Like, that's a good question.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look, because basically it's you can't have ethnic solidarity because you get the Third Reich. And then they answer, they look at that and go, who does that not benefit?
And then look at clean streets. And look at even depictions from the left, from Hollywood, of how evil Nazi Germany is. And it's clean and it's safe. And it's like, what?
Well, I look at the gentleman of the time, the well-tailored uniforms, all were very closely fit, and I just think to myself, wow, Speed looks fucking amazing. It must be great back up into like the 80s when you used to be able to get amphetamine-based diet pills.
God damn. When I can get Ozempic. I don't know if I'd fuck with that stuff, but...
I ain't fucking with that shit. I'll take my chance with the Speed.
For the community to maybe educate their population, because
educate them.
They're secondary victims in this. That there's providers inside the community that are then victimizing the community themselves by signing them up. Because when we're going to some of these people, they're like, "I had no idea I was in this program."
So innocent.
I always think of the Canadian mayor who was just on crack. Whenever I think it's Tim Walz.
Yeah. Wait till we get to the Minneapolis mayor.
Rob, whatever his face is.
Jacob Frey. Because I got some Jacob Frey clips here for you in a second.
He's Jewish,
the Minneapolis mayor. Well, We'll ask Bill when I pull him up here in a minute.
He's Jewish.
Crime, which
He's got to be.
of course the majority being committed by white men, asking us to do more about.
Okay. First of all, the majority of crime being committed by the majority would make sense. You have to talk about proportionality, right? Rob Ford?
There we go, yeah.
Rob Ford, is it?
Oh, yeah, yeah. You have to talk about
I think it'd
proportionality.
be an easy to remember name being so simple.
Was he
And
the
being
one
my
who
last
said?
name.
Was he the one who said, "I don't need pussy. I get plenty of pussy at home"?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, is that...
I can swear that was him.
Sounds like something it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
the irony being, of course, that he was putting it about like nobody's business.
Yeah, yeah.
About that, I think it's crime in general, and I think the
Oh, sorry, the proportionality. White people commit crime at far lower proportions given their percentage of the population. Obviously, the classic meme, 13%, 50, right? You have to now calculate
It's like
in
8 and
for
55.
fucking Somalis, for
Yeah, that was
African
him.
migrants. What's their percentage of crime when you include this, quote unquote, you know, I guess it's not quite like crime in the same sense. It's blue collar, not blue collar crime. It's white collar crime,
By the way,
financial crime.
This
right?
should just tell you that the whole argument of nature versus nurture is fucking bullshit. It is fucking nature is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It is fucking genetic. It's not environment. It's not education. This is just how
It's
these
about
people
75% genetic. Yes.
It's,
and
it's-
any
I suspect it's
scientist,
probably more. That's just my opinion.
any scientist worth their salt will tell you it's about 75 at a minimum. That's where the evidence that I've seen places it at is about 75%. I used to, some of the old data, I was like, maybe 50-50, but no, the evidence really lies and it's about 75%. That's most consistent. And that's with all the problems with this kind of data analysis and who's conducting the research and what they're trying to prove with it. Because recently they just did something where it was, I can't even remember what it was. There was some post that went viral of a new study that found that, oh, I didn't remember what it was now. I can't recall what the issue was. But they didn't even like have a control group, so they couldn't conduct the study correctly. It was some bullshit. That happens all the time, though. However, 75% I think is a fair basis. It probably is considerably more than that, because environmental factors, you can have extreme nutrition deficits. If somebody is starved as a child, obviously, their brain isn't going to be able to develop to the same extent that it would be able to from their genetic basal capacity. But we're talking extreme malnutrition. That doesn't happen in the West.
biggest thing on this is just making sure that we're educating the population. And again, this is 80 people or so that have been convicted in this, maybe some more in that, out of a broader ring.
80 is not insane to you? From the same group, 80 people have been convicted? And you're downplaying
80
that?
people commit fraud of like multiple billions of dollars.
Yeah. Just 80 convicted cases. Not
And you're
involving
also
all the people
heavily implicated.
associated. Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah,
actually
he's implicated in
provably
all of this
implicated.
now. Yeah. Ariel Suarez for 5 says, what would the percent of the genetic contribution increase significantly as environmental factors become more similar?
That's a good question, actually.
It is a good question. So if the environmental factors are the same, right, then you would have to expect that the amount that genetics are contributing to differences in behavior
Is
would
amplified.
increase,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that is the logical conclusion to that question, is
The
that
problem- the
all
problem
things
is-
being the same environmentally, then you really are only left with genetics, aren't you?
The problem is with the education argument is
Well,
is
yeah, education, parental rearing, that kind
No,
of stuff.
but-
You have those factors, yeah. But
No,
not
it's-
the nutrition one anymore.
I would say that the problem with the whole education gimmick is you're trying to instill values and you're trying to get people to adhere to them. So you're trying to get the values themselves to have a function. And that just doesn't work. That's not universal.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. Because if everyone was, if the values were universal and could be accepted like code, you wouldn't have these disparate problems, and you do. So it's clearly genetic.
Yeah. I just looked at my list of notes. We're not getting outside of the daycare fraud stuff tonight. we'll cover the UK stuff next week. There's no way we're getting through more than this stuff. I didn't realize it's so much. There's so much.
fraud will stretch across all racial demographics, all ethnic groups.
No,
So I
it
think
will
it's
not.
really important for
Silence,
It will
you
not.
lying sack of shit.
He's just making shit up. Just making shit up. As they are wont to do, are they not?
each community's got this in their own midst, but to blame them and say that they should have been responsible for stopping it, I think that's a pretty hard reach. I think we can.
Oh, they can't control themselves, yeah? They can't control.
That is
that's
the
basically what he's
stupidest
saying.
cope I've ever heard.
Well, how can you expect them to not do crime?
Everyone does
Yeah,
this,
I-
and therefore we should expect them to just be the
So we
thieving
shouldn't
bastards.
punish them.
This is
Well,
literally
right.
a community where multiple times the average one of them has been, they've gotten to court and they've just said this person is legitimately too retarded to actually legally prosecute. And so just fucking let them go.
Danny Delete for 5 says, just let's hit the final conclusion. Let Whitey go to space. They can have this fucking mudball to themselves. At least they'll still live. I mean, that's an option. That's maybe the Elon Musk sort of option. However, I do not think we should ever let go and give up our ancestral homeland. We are
Imagine
tied
what
to
the world
it.
would look at if it was only us.
Say again?
Imagine what the world would look like if it was only us.
I mean, very different. That's in.
It would be
that's for sure.
vastly superior.
Like, obviously, you do have white people who are pieces of shit. We're looking at one. However, yeah, things would be. Look at what the West
It
was.
would reopen. It would reopen
80 years ago.
every single frontier.
60 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't have to imagine. You can just look back at history.
And guess what?
Yeah.
White people just keep walking to the hit coast.
Yep.
And then
they
they'll
sure
build
do.
a new boat and they'll find a new coast.
Yep.
Why they shouldn't commit crimes, you would hope that it's being taught both at home and at schools and in our society.
It's not in their societies. They're in fact being told to do crimes because they know they can swindle whites like you. And you'll back them up because of your white liberal guilt. And because you're also lining your own pockets, let's not play around. He's making a bank off of this, guaranteed. For
He's also
sure we
staying
know
in
that Ilhan
power.
Omar is. Ilhan Omar, his husband, has increased his net worth by $30 million in the last 5 years. So yeah, you're all enriching yourselves. Some of you might have some, white guilt tied to that, but this is all a fucking money-making game to you. Tim Walz has guaranteed enriched himself from this fraud.
But no, I think this idea that the Somali community's to blame for this because they didn't do more, I think that's how we got into this. And that's, again, I know we're not going to lose
So
the whole
you are
plot
suggesting that they can't you are saying they can't hold themselves accountable.
Yeah, because they can't help themselves. Because I guess they're just so low IQ. It's interesting. That is kind of what's betrayed by his speech.
Yes, that is
they're
what you're
too
implying.
stupid. That they're too stupid to be able to not be criminals. So, well, we just can't expect any better of them. Then why are they in the fucking country? If
You
they
hope
are
people should
incapable,
educate themselves, but if they don't,
but they can't,
then what?
then get rid of them. How about that?
No white man's burden there.
Right.
All this work that's being done, Donald
They'll be more upset at me bringing that up than the idea that they're actually
Donald
experiencing
Trump. It's Trump. It's always Trump.
mention like this is something brand new. This is not brand
Here we go.
new.
Again, everything. All of them in sync on this. It's Trump's fault. It's old news. It's not a big deal. They can't help themselves. They're just retarded. Dude, none of these excuses work. You're talking about billions of dollars in fraud lost from your state that was at a surplus. Coming out of COVID, which is insane.
And it's been being worked on, but he made it white hot.
It's not been being worked on. You've known about it since 2018, and it's gotten worse in every measurable metric that's not being worked on. So this is interesting. Let's get a look into the progressive mind. This guy, Josh Gerstein, is a reporter for Politico. He says, at some point, the amateur effort to knock on doors of home daycares intersects with robust stand your ground laws. By the way, no, they don't. And in Minnesota, you have a duty to retreat. Meaning that if somebody attacks you, you're supposed to retreat. You're not supposed to just shoot them. But even so, someone knocking on your door of your business is not. This guy is a legal analyst for Politico, by the way, just to point out. A legal analyst for Politico is telling people, essentially, to violate the law and kill people if they knock on the door of their daycare center. That's not legal. It's not legal in Minnesota. It's not legal anywhere. If somebody knocks on the door of your business during business hours, no, you do not have stand your ground applied to you in that fucking instance. This legal guy just gave people advice that will land them in prison, get people killed.
If he wasn't disbarred before, he should be now. If he has, and he can't, if he has passed the bar, which I doubt.
I don't know. He's a legal analyst. However, if you have a law degree and you've passed the bar and you're allowed to practice law wherever it is, I think that you need to be under review
Every
for
Berg
telling
single
people to do
steam
this.
Timowitz, by the way.
But yes, indeed, every Berg single steam Timowitz. You got, according to this guy, they actually put a bounty on his head.
Somali American.
I don't know if this is true, but this is what he says. It says he's a Somali American politician has placed a bounty on his head, this guy.
In Maine, Abdullahi Ali has placed a murder bounty on a journalist.
Oh, not on his. Sorry, not a journalist. Now, to be fair, I've looked into this tweet a little bit. It does seem like this might have been a joke. However, you don't joke about this as a public official. No, it doesn't matter.
If you say 50,000 on the head of the guy who's been pissing us off.
It's 50 cents is what this essentially is. He didn't offer 50,000. It's essentially like 50 cents. But you certainly don't, as a public official, offer fucking anything to anyone.
I've seen people cope that this is a reference to to Boko Haram's. Boko Haram will occasionally would put out like comically small bounties on people that they didn't like. But they're still a fucking terrorist organization that
they actually go out and kill people.
Rapes and murders people.
Yeah.
And keeps slaves and sells slaves very prolifically. So referencing an inside baseball joke from an organization that keeps slaves
that is legitimately a terrorist organization, a murderous terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a public official. You can't do shit like that.
If we were to take this at face value, that this is a reference to them, this is worse than just putting out a fucking. Regardless, it's still a open fucking
even
call.
If it's a nod to that, it's worse.
It's still an open call for murder. It's a contract. Anyone who were to kill them would be legally able to claim the bounty from this person. That makes them. That's conspiracy.
Yeah. Sorry, when I said I didn't know what this was about, I got this. I forgot what this was, but then I was reminded. I was like, oh yeah, this one. Yeah, because I saved this shit all during like the weeks, and I'm like, what was this one again?
Fraud scandal for millions of dollars involving Maine Care. No wonder fucking Maine Care in taxes are so expensive here. It's being funneled back to Somalia.
Yeah.
And they're openly putting murder bounties on people reporting it. Is this the kind of diversity we wanted here in Maine? Are you fucking liberals happy? So
they are ecstatic. They love this. I actually don't know if they do. Because they all do believe in like, oh, we need social welfare. Well, this is what your social welfare gets. People get defrauded. So here's the complicity from the judges. Dem-appointed judge under fire for tossing $7 million Medicaid fraud conviction tied to Minnesota couple's lavish lifestyle. Just threw it out. Minnesota judge is under scrutiny for overturning a $7.2 million fraud conviction of a couple who were found guilty of misappropriating Medicaid funds to support their lavish lifestyle of fancy cars and designer duds. Abdifata Yusuf, 44, was charged in June 2024 and found guilty in August 2025 after he and his wife were accused of stealing millions from Minnesota's Medicaid program while running a healthcare business out of their home, according to a $7.2 million from this exact type of scheme. We're running a healthcare business. Yusuf was found guilty on 6 counts of aiding and abetting theft by swindle by a jury, but Judge Sarah West, white woman by the way, overturned the conviction in mid-November, CARE reported. West was appointed by Governor Tim Walz's predecessor, Mark Dayton, in 2018, according to archive released by the governor. The judge wrote that her choice, here she is, by the way.
Everything you expect.
Everything you expect. choice to overturn the case, quote, relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and asserted that the state didn't rule out other reasonable inferences. In other words, they had this guy dead to rights, but they couldn't prove he didn't do something else definitively. So that's reasonable doubt. That's not what reasonable doubt is, by the way. They couldn't rule out that something else entirely didn't happen, that didn't align with all of the evidence, that something that didn't align with evidence, something that was made up, didn't happen, and therefore, she threw the case out. The conviction out. He was convicted. 72 million in fraud. Or 7.2 million in fraud. West did highlight that she was still troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetrated at the couple's defunct practice, despite tossing out the conviction. Yusuf and his wife operated their business for years out of a mailbox, but the husband was using Medicaid money behind the scenes to fund their lavish lifestyle, the Attorney General office said. There's no question that this guy did it. There's no question whatsoever. He defrauded American taxpayers of $7.2 million, but because he's black and an immigrant, he was just allowed to do it because, well, maybe the rules of physics all just changed. You can't unprove that, so let him fucking go.
Actually, Minnesota's a fucking, like, Democrat fucking financial honeypot. It's just a slush fund for them.
Clearly. Not just this, though. They're also bribing jurors. Fifth juror bribery defendant pleads guilty to scheme to bribe Feeding Our Future. So this was that other scheme that was found to be heavily misappropriated, state and potentially distributed to by federal funds to feed children. Said Farah, age 43, is the fifth defendant charged with in the juror bribery scheme, pled guilty today in his role in providing a cash bribe to a juror in the Feeding Our Future trial, announcing acting U.S. Attorney Joseph H. Thompson. 7 defendants went to trial before U.S. District Court Judge, blah, blah, blah. Farah's the 5th defendant to plead guilty. All 5 defendants are currently pending sentencing before Judge Doty. The sentencing dates have not yet been set. So here's what happened. According to court documents, co-conspirators Abdimajid Nur and Abdiaziz Farah researched Juror 52's address, other personal information online via social media, including Juror 52's Facebook account. Through their online search, conspirators identified Juror 52's home address and found information about his background and family members. Excuse me. Nur recruited co-conspirators to deliver the bribe money to Juror 52. At the time, Ali was living in Seattle, Washington during the trial. He flew from Seattle to Minneapolis to meet with Nur to discuss the plan to bribe Juror 52. Ali agreed to deliver the bribe money to Juror 52 in exchange for a $150,000 cash payment. Ali falsely told Nur that 52 was interested in taking the bribe and wanted $500,000 in exchange for returning a not guilty verdict. Ali said that Juror 52 wanted Ali to deliver the money at noon. Nevertheless, it's not true. Believing the account to be true, Nur relayed Ali's account, who said he would gather the bribe money at approximately 11 p.m., called defendant Said Farah, informed him that the plan to bribe Juror 52, and asked for Said Farah's assistance in gathering cash for the bribe. On the morning of Sunday, June 2nd, Said Farah gathered a portion of the $200,000 cash for use as bribe money. They're just, of course, they're bribing fucking jurors. This is, again, in Minnesota. I know that we're focusing on Minnesota because that's where the magnifying glass is on right now. But trust me, this is happening in every state. If it's happening in Minnesota, it's happening everywhere. Here is the unveiling of the new state of Minnesota. Behind Tim Waltz here, you can see what it used to look like. It had a seal, nice looking state flag. But it has recently been changed. It's a bit curious to what it's been changed to. Danny Delete for 5 says, clarification to my last, if you have Bill read the last line in his foreboding voice, supposed to come off as how much they lack survival instincts. This one, Bill. Would you read this line then? Or this super chat, I suppose. I just sent it in the group. You see it?
Just let us hit the final conclusion. Let the Whitey go to space and they can have this fucking world for themselves. At least they'll still... No, I don't believe that. At least they'll still live.
I'm
not saying that. I don't want them to live.
In space, it's supposed to come off as how much they lack survival instincts. They will... Yeah, I don't know. Is it still living? I don't know. I see what you mean, though.
All right, ready. Whoa, wait a minute.
Take away the flag has to be at least a couple hundred years old. I don't know when they come up with it, but you can tell it's an old flag. Let's get rid of that old and busted shit that reflects the history of Minnesota and replace it with the fucking Somali flag.
Yeah, over 100 years old, 1893. Late one, but still.
Yeah. Here's the flag of Somalia. What's this now?
It's an 8-pointed version.
It is a different type of star, but it's a star, a white star on a blue field. Really?
It was also originally designed during the 1893 World's Fair.
Right.
Before it, rather.
Yeah. Oh, the original one. Yeah. Wonder why he did that. There's the lieutenant mayor of Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Peggy Flanagan.
I would like you to, while you watch this, by the way, you can look at her, little smiling face, who looks extremely nervous, and she should look extremely nervous, because what I really want you to pay attention to is this black woman, this Somali, on her left, to the right of the screen. How she is judging her performance at every step, and just going, oh, good enough, white girl. Look at how they own her. This is them showing off their pet.
The Somalis are here to flex that they've got the Jews on their payroll, the other way around, like usual.
This is Lieutenant Governor. I'm sorry, not the mayor. Sorry, I got it confused because we're going to the mayor next. Yeah, right, this is the Lieutenant Governor. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's right here. Look at me. All right, that's even worse. Lieutenant Governor. Let's just watch this woman on the right here.
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Peggy Flanagan.
Look at her. Look, her smug, smiling face. She's just so proud of this. So incredibly satisfied with herself.
I want to look at this fucking cavalcade of genetic dead ends as little as possible. Can we get it on the loop, please?
It does look like a hostage video, yes.
And again, I am the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I'm
as someone who's seen his fair share of ISIS videos because I studied different religious approaches to execution for my thesis. This looks like she's about to be strapped to the end of a fucking tank barrel.
Honored and humbled to be here with all of you today. I am incredibly clear that the Somali
Yes, you are incredibly clear. You're that fucking pale. You're
incredibly
transparent.
queer, yeah.
Of the state
be accurate,
of
Jewish.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
I think about my friendship with Nimco. We've been friends for almost...
Look at her. Just looking down on her. That's right. Go ahead. Wear that hijab. You put that... look at how... the contempt. Just how... I mean, it's you can't make it up. They just act that way in public. She knows this is being recorded and going on the news.
Again, someone with the IQ roughly
herself.
around room temperature.
Yeah, can't help herself. But express, I am superior to you.
Almost 25 years. And when I think of being part of Minnesota and growing up here, the Somali community has always been a part.
Always? Always? They weren't there 30 years ago. They weren't there 20 years ago.
So you must have made friends with her right off the boat.
I guess so. This whole shit, this revisionist history that Somalis have always been part of Minnesota, is so patently
They
false.
magically spawned as soon as life was found upon
Apparently.
the North American continent. The Somalis just randomly fucking spawned there.
Yeah, she's also a leading candidate for U.S. Senate in Minnesota, this woman.
Of my Minnesota.
Yeah, it's not going to fly now that we know now that we're allowed to hate on Israel. Not with a jawline like that. It's fucking
true.
Community.
Looks like Stephen Colbert in drag.
She does look like Stephen Colbert.
We're with you. We've got your back. I am here. Shopping today.
He's a fucking
and
goblin.
Just encourage other
yeah, really.
to show
Look at that goblin. Yeah, get a good fucking pan
Oh my!
around.
Oh!
Jesus fuck. I just felt my bronchitis like suppress itself so I could talk more shit.
She's half Native American, half Jewish, says Michael the Doberman. Is she?
Right,
I couldn't tell.
They say that Fucking Jesus Christ.
Wowee! What a beak.
Most people stick to one losing side.
Yeah, but maybe a lot of them drink their own Kool-Aid, though.
Support our immigrant neighbors, and I know that things are scary right now.
Wow.
Jesus, it's like something Roald Dahl will warn you about.
I mean, she does it like a caricature a bit. The
this
nose
is like
and the
head
chin.
witch physiognomy. This is making
witch
to the head of the
physiognomy.
cult.
Yeah, I'm wondering,
Like
how native is she? Is she an Elizabeth Warren
drops.
native? Yeah.
And just know
A
that
little bit more than Warren, but not by much.
Yes, Pocahontas.
Enough for a bursary. That's about it.
Oh, if Elizabeth Warren is Pocahontas, this is Sacagawea.
I was looking for one, I couldn't think of it. It's all gone by, isn't it?
for you. There are more people who are here to support you than you know. I will continue to stand with the Somali community to be with you and to do.
I have legit
all
seen
I
hostage
can
situations
to-
with a calmer atmosphere than this.
Hostage video.
You know what it reminds me of is that TikTok is like, it's my birthday. That means I get to show you my girlfriend.
On my birthday. I love that.
Let the girl go.
Like, that was such a great little meme.
Turn the friendship.
Just look at how she looks down. I mean, like, here's the thing. You're not that much taller than her. You don't have to push your face.
Oh, I
and
guarantee you
chin
she's wearing
up.
heels. Also, this is someone who's half Jewish, half Skraeling. You know, the two people notorious for being incredibly short. So she's like 5'2". The woman on the right is like 5'2", and the woman on the left is 5.
Nightwing! Oh my god, it's the Nightwing design. Holy shit, she's also got a Nightwing costume on.
Fucking Chris. Fucking Crystal Nightwing. You can just hear Aiden packing up upstairs. You really can.
Physiognomy check.
We've been doing that. Crystal Nightwing. Unbelievable.
These are the ninjas Chris Farley was fighting.
Fucking god. Oh, Night Ardent. Happy New Year, man.
Crystal Night Ardent.
Oh, Bill, you fucking killed me with that one, bro.
Usually it's Spirit of Magic to kill. Nothing like a bit of domestic.
and community that the Somali community has shown me.
I'm sure. Yeah, look, they've shown you something, all right. So that's Lieutenant Governor. Here's the mayor. This is here's Jacob Frey.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry.
Mosh, Steven Spielberg does.
There's Moshi, Steven Spielberg does. Oh my god, he did the meme.
Doke Magalada, Minneapolis. Tamaan, Shaabka.
Look at this fucking humiliation ritual. It gets worse.
Isn't this the guy who famously was like sent to some Somali restaurant for a photo of?
Yes.
And,
Yeah,
like,
that's the one.
By the one who's
cover
eating
it,
it, and
I
as
don't
someone
think.
pointed out, like as anyone who's ever been really hungover to brunch, that man is desperately trying not to vomit everywhere.
Yeah. Happy New Year, Grat King. We're still at 11 o'clock here. We got an hour left.
Alied, Kayamid, Mogadishu, Garowe, Hargeisa, Bosaso, Bedabo, Kismayo, Wahan Rabah, in An.
Who fucking knows or cares what he's saying? Captured. There's more though of this. Just unbelievable
Miles Charles.
that a mayor of a city in America would release a message like this to the his Somali constituents. Now here he is also. This is how are you getting away with so much fraud in Minneapolis amongst the Somali community? Maybe this is how, it has something to do with this. Oh my god, look at that specimen at the bottom.
Is that motherfucker in a wheelchair?
He is. But oh wow, no, he is.
You
But
could
that
put
looks
a
it looks
fucking
like a racist
12-gauge
caricature,
slug
though.
down the middle of that motherfucker's forehead. It wouldn't do a damn thing.
Dude, he's disabled, but he does look like a racist caricature. Yikes.
That shit. We're gonna get shit canned over that
Alright,
fucking music.
yeah. This is the mayor of Minneapolis.
We found another lost Trudeau brother.
Yeah, he
I was
certainly
thinking the
wants to be
same
Trudeau.
thing.
Castro's
Yeah,
been putting it about
he so wants to be Trudeau.
Like, what's the bets if you look those fucking trainers up? They're like 1,200 quid.
Oh, for sure, they're Nikes.
Like
This
90s
fucking
Nikes.
yeah, Somalian flag shirt, Somalian flag in hand, speaking whatever their language is. I'm sure it's not. It's probably I don't know. I don't know what
I
they
think it's
speak in
Somali,
Somali.
isn't it?
It's probably some. They probably have a bunch of tribal languages. You know what I mean? Somalia languages. Do they have one?
It's just Somali.
Somali and Arabic. Okay, I just assumed they had a shit ton of tribal languages, because they are very tribal. Oh well. My bad.
Jacob Frey, Yarub.
It's so lame, Yarub.
You know what it feels like? You remember that episode of the Boondocks? It's a Harambe. It feels like the fucking Kwanzaa episode. Of the
It does
Boondocks.
feel like the Kwanzaa episode. Yarub.
This is legitimately how the Grinch stole Kwanzaa.
Wow. Yarub to you too, Jacob Frey, whatever. It's Jacob Frey, but he said Fry in his own previous video, which I thought was weird. Is it pronounced? Here's the video, though.
Here's the video.
Here it is. You know what? This is the perfect freeze
It's just
frame.
beans.
Just look at all them beans. This NY eating beans. And the thing that was crazy about this too is that the Somalis were clearly just overjoyed at watching him suffer trying to eat their dog shit food. Oh look! Oh, he loves it.
Oh, the second the
yeah.
fucking. Hang on, what wasn't that meant to be like a white power like dog whistle?
Yeah, excuse me, Jacob. That's a white power dog whistle. You see how the three fingers? That's W,
It
and
really
this
is just
and
fucking
the circle
monkey
there.
slop, isn't it?
That's a P. That stands for white power. You racist!
That man is hanging on for dear life. He
Oh
really
my
is.
god! Look at how unhappy he is.
And you can just tell
Look
it's
how happy his
because
Somali handler once
because
again
it appears
is.
to be primarily beans. I guarantee you, it's just nothing but grit and slime.
This guy.
So it's just clean to every surface on his teeth, which is his beauty. I imagine his veneers, which cost more than the average person's house. They're just adhering to every single fucking surface of his jaw. He looks like he's about to fucking discorporate.
I don't even know what this is, but I saw this and a black teenager shouted, and
NY
everyone
beans.
laughed. It's in white beans. I just what was? Oh my god!
That's the face. It's just beans. How bad could it be? Oh no.
Just beans.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
you have no idea how bad things really are.
Look at how fucking wonky the face is of the black guy who's there.
I know.
Like, Jesus Christ. He looks like he's built on a hill.
So what are the American people getting out of this? Let me tell you, fucking nothing. Lifetime contribution per immigrant from North America, 570,000 on average. Scandinavia, 550,000. Oceania, that's Australia. Let's be clear. White people from Australia. Let's be clear. White people,
See,
white
look,
people, white people.
literally everyone,
Honorary white people and brown people.
What was that? Spirit?
Literally everyone else that isn't European is a net drain to European society.
Besides the Japanese, who are honorary. Yes. Then you have, again, let's start from the least. Latin America, 271,000 drain per immigrant. 271,000 per person. Next, Middle East, 624. Next, Caribbean, 675. Next, Central and North Africa, 700,000 net drain. Sub-Saharan Africa, 730. And Somalia specifically, the cost of one immigrant from Somalia to the United States over the course of their lifetime is 1.1 million net loss.
And that's not
for one
counting
person.
that includes the ones who are only here for a year.
Yeah.
So they can like have a simple limitation on how much money they can piss away. Like this is not all lifetime. Like
That was in the Netherlands, to be fair, but still. Just be clear, that study was from the Netherlands.
the Netherlands is actually for a reason I believe comparatively low fucking like migration compared to its surrounding areas.
No, they've got a lot. I mean, look, comparatively to
Compared
the
to
rest
Germany.
of Europe, compared to, okay, yes, I was about to get there.
And
Compared to
Sweden.
Germany, yeah, a lot of them don't actually end up staying in a lot of Scandinavian countries
They can't hack the
because
weather.
the temperature. They can't. But they're in fucking Minnesota, which is bizarre. I saw
Iceland
someone
will
asking
always
that
be
question.
safe no matter how much it annoys them because it's called
I know.
Iceland.
It's astonishing that 1,000-year-old meme still works. It's damn near 1,000. It's got to be 900 years old. Just call it Iceland, you know? Turns out it's actually quite verdant compared to Greenland, but it is very cold in Iceland. And so despite the fact that Iceland's feminists desperately want to and have been trying to mass import people from the third world for years, they can't get the numbers they want because the country's called fucking Iceland. It really is that simple, by the way. I mean, it's quite cold.
Right there.
I know. And they future-proofed Iceland for 1,000 years. So here's some Minnesota Somali key statistics. Percentage in poverty, 58%. Leftists will tell you this is because of racism or whatever. On food stamps, 42%. Unemployed, 40%. I've also seen this at 80%, however. Without high school education, 41%. These are the people you're bringing in. Not much to loot in Iceland, man. I've been in Iceland quite a few times on the layover between the US and the UK. Oh, I want to spend some time in Iceland so much, like actually just be there for a couple days. Because I think Iceland is absolutely beautiful. I've always wanted to go. And actually spend time there, not in the Reykjavik airport. You know, I can see some pretty things from the Reykjavik airport. I've seen the Aurora Borealis. I've certainly had my fair share of Brennivin at the Reykjavik airport.
So was the cabin staff, and considering you left like 100 quid's worth there once.
The one time I bought liquor Brennivin is an Icelandic liqueur that's anise flavored, so it's like licorice.
Delicious. I like licorice.
Delicious.
But no.
Oh, I love
Brennivin.
You have it with a slice of lemon. It's so good. And every time I go there,
I had it in the intended methodology.
What's that, Spoon?
This is the only place that I can relate to that I can see from the airport that's like that is Switzerland. Switzerland, their airport, if you look through the windows, it looks like a Christmas card.
I'm sure it does. It's Switzerland.
Switzerland's
really so beautiful.
What's really weird is you can see the genetic superiority in just the people at the airport. Like you can
see it in Iceland too.
You could just look at the people and go like, "You're objectively better people. If people are thinner, they're better looking."
Yeah.
What the hell? It's
so
really
pleasant.
Obvious.
Every time I've had a layover in Reykjavik, I've always been like, it's just nice here. I go sit in that air, and when I've ordered Brennivin and say, "Can I have a slice of lemon?" Every time they're like, "Oh," and they appreciated that I know how to drink it. So like, you know, I really would like to go and just
that'll really sell the channel relaunch. It's like, give me money so I can afford to go get trashed at Reykjavik Airport.
No. That was a different time. Maybe busted this last year, so I'd not traveled, you know. But besides,
Bill's over here trying to keep his foot attached.
Bill, I didn't even cook for you on Christmas, so I didn't. And you lost a stone. You're stoneless. Anyway, so here's some other
fucking
statistics.
lungs were boneless. Jesus Christ.
Life cycle effects: those born in Iraq and Somalia who migrate to Finland between the ages of 20 and 24. Excuse me. Native Finnish-born persons are used as the reference group. So, not including children's effects, expected value from Iraq, negative 690,000 euros. From Somalia, negative 951. Including children's effects, from Iraq, negative 844. From Somalia, negative 1,343,000 euros. Here's this autism stuff we talked about earlier. Number of autism providers operating in Minnesota. State funding for autism providers, $200 million. Since 2018, when they first knew this fraud was going on, to 2023, it's gone from under 50 autism providers, whatever the fuck that is, to over 300.
This is what you get when you colonize the world and you don't just kill everyone you conquer. This is what you get. Everyone else just becomes parasitic. Because you introduce them to a civilization they could never make in a million years.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is where my statistic was from when I said 80% earlier. I will correct myself from earlier because I said 80% were unemployed. It is 40% are unemployed, I think, but 80% are on welfare. I think that that 40% unemployment is low too. I think that I've seen higher estimates, but 80% of them are on welfare.
Which is, even if they are making money, that's still worse. Also, they're almost certainly an awful lot of fraud.
To be clear, once they've been in the US for over 10 years, it's still 78% are on welfare. So it doesn't matter how long they live here, they just live on welfare. 73% on Medicaid, etc.
It's a question as to why we bother with them then.
What was that, Spoon?
Okay, and the 19% that aren't is basically represented by Myron Gaines.
Yeah, pretty much. A risk factor estimate for terror-related charges by Ancestry Group. This is other Asia. What are they highlighting this for? They saying that's Somalia? No, sorry, they're highlighting other Asia. Somalia here is top. It's the first number. It's the first bar. Risk factor for terror-related charges by Ancestry Group. It's the Somalis, then the Yemenis, then the Saudi Arabians, then the Ugandans, Jordanians, Algerians, Sierra Leone's.
Non-whites.
Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, Pakistanis, Palestinians, Albanians, Iraqis, Bosnians, Sudanese. You had to get to Bosnia.
Everyone but isn't white.
Well, Bosnia's... I mean...
Don't try and sit here and pretend that Bosniaks are white.
What they do contribute to.
I went to school with a Bosnian girl, and oh my fucking god, she was unbelievably pretty. Oh gee, like fucking hell.
Probably so.
Hey, look, I threw it out and I said Bosnians, they're
not white.
They're not white, but they're closer than Somalis.
I would remind people that Australia is on thin fucking ice because all the croats they got.
Slosher's been a member for 23 months.
Generic, like, fucking square-jawed, like, Aussie comes from. It's from Croat admixture.
And thank you so much for the $100, man. It says, Aiden, what is the Prime Directive in Star Trek, and did Europeans violate it? Well, the Prime Directive is to not interject yourself into the affairs of a developing civilization. And yes, Europeans violated it, I guess.
Prime Directive is no blacks, no dogs, no Irish.
However, who imported them, though? Was that entirely Europeans? And if it was, what type of European was it? Let's be specific. I didn't do this. So...
I know what camp those ears on.
Minneapolis Somali care centers were donating to the political campaign of Washington State Somali Democrats / this is in a different state. People from Minnesota were donating to this Washington State Somali Democrat BLM activist, and her name is Ubax Gardahir, which is really Goldar Heel. Sounds like a
no, because Goldar Heel did nothing wrong.
Goldar Heel did do nothing wrong. Ubax did. Here's what Ubax did. Got into a and by the way, I'm going to explain to you how she justified this chimp out.
Excuse me? Sure. You can drive, you can leave.
She is going through. This is on a bus full of school children, by the way. She got into a bus full of kids, said, "You can't leave. I have a bomb, or I might have a bomb."
I remind you, it doesn't matter if you actually have a firearm or any kind of munition.
No,
if you state that you do, you are treated as if you did. This woman should be up. This bitch should be in Gitmo.
I know.
Buckets of piss thrown at her.
Instead, she's running. She's a state Democrat, because of course she is. Funning in circles for 50. Hey, thank you so much, man. Holy shit, let's fucking go. Aiden Paladin should start a channel with John Smith because the APP pod and the JS cast could then listen to the Aid John in podcast. Aid John in podcast. Who is John Smith? I actually don't know this podcast. APP pod. JS cast.
All I'm saying, I ain't sleeping my way to the top of another podcast.
I'm gonna write that down. I'm not familiar. Oh shit! Am I out of? Are the children out of touch, or am I? It's probably me. So she did this. I'll tell you what her excuse for this was in a minute. Actually, chat. While we listen to this, I would like you to guess. Why did she do this? What's her excuse for going onto a school bus. This is not even a public bus. Not that that would make it any better. This just makes it worse. Going onto a school bus and saying, I might have a bomb, I might have a gun. Why?
She is the IQ of a weasel.
But what's her excuse for doing this?
IQ of a weasel.
Racism.
I mean, it's
How is
it's not it. But let's play it and I'll let you think for a minute. Because you'll never guess. You'll never guess.
She wants an empty seat.
Indigestion.
Bill, you are now closer.
Hungry? Angry?
I'm going to tell you right now.
Her reason for this is that she was having like menstrual issues.
What?
Yeah. Woman issues. I think she said she had postpartum depression explicitly.
And that makes you homicidal?
Apparently. That's not normally what postpartum depression does, except for their own children.
It makes you want to kill
But
yourself,
yeah.
not everyone else around you.
Kill yourself, or sometimes kill your
She's
your
run out of
child.
Get a Lobster to make, so she's going to go make some with someone else's kid.
But
You don't
her,
know if you know what Get a Lobster is, you know.
she's not only not in jail for this, she's in running for political office.
I would remind you.
She just
that
she
it's
just
gonna
had
kill a felon.
she had some, you know, just a little bit of all women get it. It's very normal. After you give birth, you have some postpartum depression, and you go on a school bus and say you might have a bomb, you might have a gun.
Now, far be it
Why
from me
is
to
this
suggest
woman
that
not
this
in
would should
prison?
preclude someone from running for office, being a felon.
You'd think so.
Like a demonstrable
No,
felon.
she's not a felon. She didn't get in any trouble for this at all. She just got off because she said she had postpartum depression and she was
feel like-
having in a state of temporary delirium.
I feel like they were at a previous time she would have been knocked unconscious and dropped at a footstep of a halfway house.
This is
Well, her own
insane.
people should be knocked over the head and sold into slavery.
By the way, she doesn't mention anything about postpartum depression while she's on the bus. She doesn't say, or anything about that. She doesn't say anything about it. She just went onto a school bus and told the children there that she potentially had a bomb.
It's a dangerous
Good
maneuver.
God.
They could have shot back.
Yeah, I know. These people, they're all traitors. This is the former Somali Prime Minister, Kaire, at Minnesota rally for Ilhan Omar. Her interests are not America. She's for Somalia. Not the interest of Minnesota. Yeah, how do you get more explicit than that? They're traitors. They have absolutely no loyalty. When you become an American citizen, you take an oath of loyalty to the
It doesn't
United
matter
States.
to them because they do not consider
course
America
not.
a thing. It is just
They don't
something.
care.
It's just a structure built to prop up everyone else in the world.
Yeah.
It's a
I
giant fucking marooned carcass of a whale on a beach being
By the
devoured
way,
by the gulls.
That whole American
Yeah.
idea, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
And
I
it's
gotta use the
never
restroom.
worked. Like,
back.
assimilation doesn't
Oh.
ever work. Ever. No one
No.
integrates. Everyone is always tribal for
Yes.
their own king by default.
Yes. And it's time we all figure that out. We've had way more than enough time to figure that out. It's undeniable now. These
Again,
people,
the
it
Somalis
doesn't
are
matter.
everything that the founding fathers fought against. They are slaving pirates. That's the
Yeah.
exact thing that the founding fathers spent the formative years of the country literally unraveling was
I'll be
the
right back.
the slave trade. Like the actual slavers operating in and around Central America in the waterways and all out as far as the Ivory Coast.
See, the reason
It
I
was
don't
such an fucking problem.
I don't do any videos on this kind of stuff because I would have one solution for these problems. And then it's a four-letter word starting with K.
Is it the magic word? Is it the magic button we're not allowed to press because it would suddenly make all of existence unravel, even though it's been the default of?
It would make everything better.
mankind?
That's it. It's just a very easy problem. Just round them all up like a bunch of cats and just throw them in the ocean.
The ocean is one.
True. So here's some more from Ilhan Omar talking about the president of Somalia as our president. They don't even recognize. Of course they don't.
But again, this is
All
just,
they see
it's just
America
a financial
as an
zone.
economic
It's a little
zone.
parasite.
Yes. Yes. It's just an economic zone. President of Somalia. Our president. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. I'm sure you do. I call him uncle, he calls me his girl. Welcome to your home. Our home is your home. Welcome to Minneapolis. Very happy Hassan is our president. Somalia is our home. It is home to all the people gathered here. We do not feel that it is far from us. Somalia is our hearts. It is in our hearts.
Genetics.
We always think about Somalia.
It'd be a lot easier to think about it when you're there again.
Yeah, go back. But not until they enrich themselves, right? Which is all they do. They come to the United States, they come to the West, they enrich themselves, they send shit back home. Ilhan Omar's hubby, $30 million firm, quietly scrubs names from website as squad member faces mounting questions of sudden wealth amid Minnesota welfare fraud. Like I said,
which one is it? The Jewish one, or is it the one she's related to by blood?
One.
This is the Jewish one, not the one she's actually related to, not her real husband.
Oh, don't you know, Ilhan? Now there's the Jews aren't a protected class anymore, thanks to you guys.
True. Yeah.
Also, great showing solidarity with your Palestinian brothers in arms.
Yeah,
by
indeed.
Marrying the most Jewish-looking man I've ever seen in my fucking life.
So just a couple years ago, people did look into it. She had a shit ton of student loan debt. She wasn't worth anything. Not really. Now she's worth $30 million in a year. As a massive up to $9 billion fraud scheme involving the Somali community in her district unfolded right under her nose. Where do you think some of that came from? Let's be real. They're all, attributing it to her husband. But really, $30 million in a year? Company saw its reported value go from nearly zero, because by the way, this just was reported. Zero in 2023 to between $5 million and $25 million in just a year. And touted its officers $60 billion in previous assets under management, an amount many Wall Street managers could only dream of. Yeah, you think so? This is all above board for sure, right? She enriched herself in 1 year, her and her Jewish husband, by just his one business, $30 million, believed to have $60 million in assets. A couple of years ago,
60. Huh? Reread it. 60 billion.
Oh no, the venture capital firm, yeah. His venture capital firm claimed to have 60 billion in assets. Holy shit. So who fucking knows how much money that she's enriched herself with?
And you know what the Republicans will do? Absolutely
nothing.
Fucking nothing.
Absolutely.
Also, isn't that the Somali president? Isn't he in exile?
Is he?
Isn't there like a big brouhaha in Somaliland now that they're calling it that?
I don't know. Let's see.
Is exile?
Has had presidents in exile. Not since... several. Sidebar, really? Syed Bar. So close to Sidebar. In 1991. More recently.
I could have sworn there was a big brouhaha with
Abdullah Yusuf resigned in 2008. Yeah, well, there was one in the 90s and one in the 2000s. So, yeah, I mean, it's Somalia. What do you expect? So this is also interesting. Minnesota election laws allows residents to vouch for up to 8 people who want to vote without ID, while staff at homeless shelters and drug rehab facilities can vouch for an unlimited number of residents. This is confirmed, by the way. After learning this, I set to measure how often vouching is used compared to a photo ID in federal elections and sent formal open data requests to the state and every county. Denials are common, but I was stunned when Anoka County Elections Director Tom Hunt told me that only registered Minnesota voters may request this data. This means that Minnesota blocks journalists from accessing basic election integrity records unless they are registered voters. I briefly considered finding someone to vouch for me just to get the data, then looked into becoming a Minnesota voter myself. All it takes is 20 days in the state with no proof required, just your word at registration. It is harder to obtain election data in Minnesota than it is to vote in a Minnesota election. Make that shit make sense. It's almost like it's by design. The
Point
Ohio
the system's
governor,
what it does.
Point of the system is what it does, has come out, and this is Ohio Governor Mike DeWine talking about potential child care fraud, says, if people are out there who could not contemplate that people were trying to defraud the public through daycare centers, I understand it's new to them, but it's been known to the state for decades. So therefore, we have robust anti-fraud measures to try and stop this. This is something that is, unfortunately, the cost of doing business. This is the cost of doing business, guys. Why are you crying? Why are you whining? In fact, you should be thanking them. You should be thanking these people for bringing so many great things to America. It's just the cost of doing business. We actually owe these people a great debt of gratitude.
I think Trump should be thanking us in multiple ways, and I'm going to explain. First things first, I think we are a good example of what the American dream can look like. Like, Somali Americans...
It is a dream in that nobody can fucking accomplish this shit without massive levels of fraud. So yeah, it is a dream to everybody else.
You're just a race of fucking parasites. Literally, you have nothing to... Like, if you look at your net drain in society, you're just parasitic. The world would be better if you didn't exist. It's not a dream. You're a nightmare. You are a fucking parasite.
Yeah. Even from the data, there is nothing that these people contribute. They are this woman, just statistically, costs American taxpayers $1.1 million over the course of her lifetime by just existing. I don't know if she does personally, but statistically she does. Bill, did you get my message?
No.
I'm being a big lazy I'm not lazy, I am lazy, but would you grab me a drink? While I play this dumb video.
I know Somali people are very
yeah,
funny,
I agree
with
with Simply as well. Like, the amount of times I've said fuck off today is unreal.
I know. It's been the theme, hasn't it? I do want them to all fuck off.
Also happens to be valedictorian.
Into
Somali
the
in Minnesota
ocean.
Are so successful.
Yes,
I take
into the ocean.
multiple trips a year to Minnesota.
We all have
and
fatigue,
so
though.
inspired. You have Somali-owned law firms, Somali-owned pharmacies, Somali-owned everything you can think of. And
yeah, we know. It's a problem.
It's so inspiring to see that.
It's not inspiring. They're all fraudulent.
What my community could do in just 30 years. Literally.
With massive
Why don't you
amounts
do that
of
in your
taxpayer
own
money.
country?
Because they can't. The only reason they're able to do shit is because it's a bunch of fronts and fraudulent schemes meant to just extract money from taxpayers.
We came to this country not speaking English, not knowing anything. We're black, Muslim, we're immigrant, and we're able to be that successful. It should.
Yeah, weird. You also have 68 average IQ. I wonder how your community was able to do so well and make so much money. Almost like that wasn't natural.
Really applaud. Like, I need Trump to stand up and applaud for us because it's shocking.
Why?
Stand up and applaud for them. Where are your claps? Where are your cheers? How brave.
Literally, my friend just moved to Minnesota and she was telling me how when she gave birth, it was an all Somali staff. Her mother was Somali. Her doctors were Somali. Her nurses were Somali. Like,
this is supposed to be encouraging.
And it should be celebrated.
But look, yes, it should be celebrated. You moved to the United States. You're supposed to become Americans. You're supposed to stop being Somali. When you become an American citizen, you take an oath to give up and reject all other citizenship. I know. But they don't see it that way. They don't give a fuck. It's all just, it's a bunch of paperwork. Who cares?
It is just paperwork.
White people invented these things because when white people take an oath saying, I renounce my citizenship to become a citizen of the United States, they mean it for the most part because words mean things. I'm not saying all. I don't think that when that was put into place, I think that was true. For the most part. There's always going to be grifters who don't give a fuck. But I think at some point that might have been true. At least to an extent. It's certainly not now. White people, when they give you their word, they're far more likely, statistically, I think, to mean it These people, their word means nothing. Less than nothing. In fact, it probably means the opposite.
Okay? Second of all, Trump, you should be thanking my people for giving a random Midwestern state that much clout and money. Like, I don't think, other than Chicago...
Oh, just turn it off, turn it off.
Really
I want to, like, mutilate this woman at this fucking point.
Yeah, she's insufferable. Ram Bam for 10 pounds says, when I saw Captain Phillips at the cinema, I wondered if that dead-eyed look the pirates all had was due to them being stoned. Then I figured it out. No, that's actually how they are. Yeah, there's just nothing going on behind the eyes, right? Just glazed over.
It's all okay. I'm not going to get down the road that I was going to go because it probably would have got a shit can.
This is the last segment because we're not moving into the UK stuff tonight. No way. And we're getting close. We got 30 minutes to midnight, and I want to celebrate New Year's here, at least in the UK.
Holy
time zone,
crap!
It's
coming
right.
in.
No, it's a different guy. This guy's all right.
Sure?
Yeah, it's a different. I know it looks like the same guy, but it's a different guy.
I just can't take the glass frame seriously.
All right, so let's hear what
Look
he
at
has to say.
him.
Look how happy he is.
He looks like DSP trying to do an impression of Race Walski doing an impression of DSP.
Dude, men should not wear tortoise shell glasses, bro.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, so a lot of this fraud in Minnesota is centered around daycares. And now there are claims about daycares coming up from Ohio, and this is crazy. I'm just going to start showing you some of these examples here, but basically Columbus is home to the nation's second largest Somali community behind Minnesota. There's about 60,000 Somali Americans in Columbus, and there's 500.
Columbus, by the way, used to be lovely. Do I have any Ohioans here? Because Columbus used to feel, to me, like such a clean, nice city. You know, Cincy was great. I loved living in Cincy, but it's like you got Cincy, which is nice. You got Cleveland, which is a shithole, and then right in the center,
another state as a home one.
Right in the center, you got Columbus, which was like a shining city on the hill. What's it like now?
100 Somali-owned businesses.
That was 15 years ago, by the way.
And if you're not caught up on this, the FBI is now investigating this fraud in Minnesota. They say that it might reach up to $9 billion, one of the largest Medicaid frauds in American history. And federal officials have...
It's just the Medicaid, by the way. The total fraud is way more than that. So this is now in Ohio we're talking about.
Portrayed the Somali community as a hotspot for fraud. And I mean portrayed, but most of
them... Let me skip a little bit.
It's listed
right, there we go.
So here's one.
Okay.
So people just started using this tool where you can look up daycare centers in Ohio to look these places up. So here's one, 161 Child Care LLC. And
it's so funny they all use like LLC at the end. I don't think they are LLCs. I think they just think LLC is like a magic word, much like racism or Islamophobia. So if we say it's an LLC, that sounds professional.
At this address,
if it is set up properly as a limited liability company, then the question remains who set them up.
Yeah.
Because these people don't have the brains to do it.
Yeah. Remember Hannah Wallen? She lives in Ohio? Yeah, I know. I think I knew that back in the day. I haven't talked to Hannah in a while. I lived in Ohio for 5 years where I got my undergraduate degrees. So I loved living in Cincinnati. I loved living in Ohio. I wanted to be stuck in Ohio to a certain extent.
Put this address in my own personal Google Maps, and this is what I see. It's listed as a
smoke shop.
Okay, and then here's First Choice Child Care.
By Farah Ahmed.
4303 Cleveland
owned by.
Avenue. And this is what I see.
Somebody's house.
You know, it's just like the windows are all blacked out. There's no playscape. There's nothing for kids. Maybe the photo was taken at the wrong time, but not many cars there. All right, and then there's Benatti Child Care 2. And it's at 3629 Cleveland Avenue. And here we go again. Part of it is a boutique with bars on it. And here's the child care center. These all say 6 weeks to 12 years old. And if you have kids, you would know that most child care centers do not enroll kids
6 weeks.
6 weeks and 12 years old. That's way too big of a spread.
Yeah.
But it enables you to get more kids enrolled, hypothetically, or at least claim that they're...
Claim, yes.
And then you just start looking at the reviews. And so if they even have reviews, like this place got 2 reviews 2 years ago, and they're both 5-star reviews. And again, I don't know if you have kids, but daycares get reviews. Okay, and then you got the Hyatt Learning Center, and it's at 2599 Tiller Lane. This place you can't even see.
It's just a bush.
This address, there's like all these businesses that
look at it.
There.
Look. Studio Moya LLC, Empire Health Services, Trans International System, Coppell Junior Lewis with WMD. What the fuck? Hyatt, dude.
And this learning center is just one of them.
National Charter Bus.
No reviews. And then this one, Ka Child Care, which is listed at 2635 Dublin. And that's this spot here. You gotta love the one.
Oh my god.
Winner. But mostly.
Whoa, what? I missed that before even. 1 star. No way. No fucking way. I watched this earlier. How did I miss that? Probably because I was like doing other shit. Wow. 1 star award winner. Brilliant.
The 1 star award winner. But mostly you just notice like there's no playground, there's no kids. And this place is listed as being permanently closed, but it got 1 review and it's been open since 2018. So in the last, 5-6 years, 1 review. And it gets spicier because there is this congressperson, Ismail Mohammed, who's of Somali descent, who is receiving campaign donations from these daycare centers. Star Zone Daycare.
Oh my god. There it is though. That's the actual grift. They donate, these people get enormous amounts of kickbacks from the state. They get to they just absorb all of these taxpayer dollars for their stupid fucking fake businesses, and they donate it right back into their politicians.
All right, so here is Bright Kids Academy. We get the classic blacked out windows again.
Yep.
No reviews. Here is the Star Zone Daycare here.
Which looks like it used to be a Pizza Hut or something. It's not a Pizza Hut. What is
that looks like a movie zone or some shit. Like Star Zone was like they didn't change the place; it just was always called Star Zone. The whole point is it was just a video rental place because
what a strange roof, though.
Again, blacked out windows, no cars, no playground. They do have a few reviews, and this lady said it's a joke. The teachers are not trained and are basically women that bring their kids to the center, and this is going to come. Here's another one that
as we keep finding
Primo One Daycare again, classic, no cars, blacked out windows. And they had the wherewithal to put up these, nice looking photos, but again, no reviews.
They're stock photos.
Rise Up Daycare, which is in this place, again, classic, no playground. They say that they've enrolled 71 kids, which means they're getting reimbursed for, more kids. But when they were actually inspected, there was hardly any kids in the building.
1 to 3. 1 to 3. Again, it's just somebody's. It's just they buy out these houses usually retail places.
They get so much money for nothing that they might as well just have some property that they can then use. That's their retirement thing. Or once they get enough properties set up, they'll just rent it out as something else, and they'll fuck off back to Somalia, and that will keep propping up whatever regime they've got there.
It's the absolute state of things. All these businesses, these used to be actual retail places, but American business is so in the gutter comparatively to the 90s and the 2000s when these buildings were in proper operation that now they can buy them for fucking nothing because nothing else operates in them because everyone's fucking broke. The economy's
small town deaf syndrome locked in, and now you can get the stuff for pennies on the dollar.
They get these old buildings for pennies on the dollar. They set up their faux businesses there, and then now they've got property that they could just sell.
So we know this is propping up Boko Haram and other terrorist organizations. Then why is the current presiding president of Somalia attending these rallies for these organizations?
I'm curious, right?
It really does speak to me that maybe that Somalia's government is completely in bed with a terrorist organization that preys on its surrounding areas. Yeah. And might be working as muscle for the current regime.
Maybe, right? Let's finish this.
So yeah, it looks like the same scheme that's been used in Minnesota likely seems like it's going on in Ohio.
Yeah, it certainly does, doesn't it? And it's, like I said, it's not just Ohio, but I am going to focus on Ohio. I lived in Ohio for 5 years. I kind of love Ohio. More than 40 daycares.
God damn.
I like many states.
Pick a side.
I like many of them. I love West Virginia. I love Ohio.
Pick a side, you rootless savage.
That's it. And I've got 2 then. I like Ohio and West Virginia.
Pick one.
In West Virginia, if I had to pick.
There you go.
But I like Ohio a lot too.
Too bad.
40 daycare centers in Columbus, all launched under the now defunct Somali Education and Resource Center, reportedly began operations the same day and collectively earned $14 million in 2024 alone. Just scroll through them. Just scroll on through. There was one that was confronted in Dayton. Was this? Did I say this was Dayton? No, it's in Columbus. So this one went a little bit viral because of the woman's insane response. But here, let's watch this.
6-1 childcare in Columbus, Ohio. And as you can see,
he dresses as a hot dog.
This is the one that the other guy brought up too. This 161 childcare. Yeah, I think. By Hamda Mohammed.
There's a little desk right there, but The ceiling's all falling out.
By the way, this kind of setup looks legitimate in that this is kind of what my mother's would look like. I mean, like in terms of you have two sets of doors.
And he has to
you have
hold
a
up the scrutiny
reception.
from outside.
Yes, that's all it's about though. It just has to hold up to scrutiny from the outside, from someone driving by or looking in.
Stuff like that.
Again, I guarantee you, if you rip this place apart with crowbars, you'd find so much contraband shit.
Oh, for sure.
You would find guns, you'd find drugs.
But this is also, it's like in an old restaurant.
This is just a total dump.
Or retail. And this is really, at the same time, telling of, look at the state of things.
That would not pass muster. You would be legally required by the state to repair that fucking crack going through that time.
But look at the state of things. This used to be a business. This used to be like a Long John Silver's or something.
There's bollards just loose around the ground. Have been ripped out of the stone.
This was probably a sit-down restaurant, actually, from the look of
It was
it.
an Applebee's.
Something like that.
This is a question. How do you enroll? How do you enroll your children here?
No, you don't.
Do no kid?
Also, nice Supreme case.
I know. She got a Supreme case. You
And
can hear her.
she's dressed as a currywurst.
She is dressed as a currywurst. You can actually hear her say, no kids.
You can't do that? No kids?
No kids, yeah.
So how can I enroll my children? It says you get public money through. You get public money through
Look at this
Ohio.
crazy-looking woman.
The state of Ohio.
Damn right.
Dude, she looks fucked, dude.
Money that gets.
What do you expect? Her job is just sit there and look after probably a couple of crates of fucking guns and enough blow to kill a fucking elephant.
Yeah.
And they're not being fucking like straight fent.
A little meme there at the end. So that's in Ohio. Now here's Washington, right? We're gonna get this through. We get to the end of the hour. This guy came up before. His name's Cam Higbee. I knew we were gonna get to him later. I'm gonna follow him. He's been doing this in Washington State. We watched a little bit from him earlier, but here's a bit more.
Muna Child Care, which is just one.
Because, and what I really want you guys to see here is the absolute state of these people's homes. How I've had friends in my life who are quite wealthy, and these are McMansions, to be fair, but they are mansions.
From the last place we went to, according to Kristen Mag, they received $191,000 between 2023 and 2025, and in 2025 alone have received $74,000. So this is Omar.
You tell him reincarnated Chris Farley.
S. Child Care.
Look at the state. Look at these houses.
Hi, is this Omar Muna Child Care?
Like, these are not the kind of houses that immigrants from third world countries are supposed to live in. I'm just saying, like, what?
Not in dead end fucking in towns that have got no actual amenities to speak of.
The whole thing is that, they're coming from such poor countries that they're just trying to get their chance at a good life. They're living in multi-million-dollar homes. I mean, I'm sorry, like, it depends on where you live, but these are at least $1 million homes. They gotta be.
Brand new car.
And yes, all brand new cars.
Multiple brand new cars with
all of them.
With fancy fucking rims.
Yep. I don't know if the rims are fancy. They got trash on the ground though, because they don't give a fuck, right? Look at all the trash. Look at all the trash. But all brand new house, brand new cars.
Someone's just left takeout bag on the ground like it's
because they don't care. They don't give a fuck.
Well, yeah, because they'll just
look at all the trash.
If the heat gets too high, they'll just flip the whole place.
Of course they will. They don't give a fuck. I'm sure they've destroyed the inside. This is supposed to be a daycare, by the way.
You guys are Omar Muna. I was just looking for an application.
There's rubbish literally everywhere. This would not pass muster.
Yep. There's just a trash bag out
It's always
the
the same fucking people. Look at you with this fucking dumb look on their face, like butter wouldn't melt.
Yeah.
What's that? Okay.
Also, gilt on the door frame.
Yeah.
They have a fucking legit gold plate. Also,
of course they've wrecked. Oh, look at that. Of course they've wrecked this car because of course they've gotten into an accident. Wowee.
That is a like fucking brand new like sub sports car.
And they've already wrecked it.
Go back to the door. We look zoom in the front. Gold.
Oh, the gold. Look at the gold.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sure it's fake, but obviously, like,
Still,
just it's the symbol.
at least
And look
brass
at all this trash everywhere. They just
went to Omar Muna.
Also, you would not be allowed to have a
That's supposed to be a child care center, by the way.
with a destroyed sports car out front,
Uh huh.
which is literally just a front of a fucking cheese grater on it.
if I could get an application for my child to enroll them. And the older woman inside the building said that she had no idea about the child care that's allegedly out of this building. The other woman said that she's well aware of the child care, and this is our Omar Munda child care.
Yep. They always out there they are like zombies, always on their phone.
No, it's because they are literally sending this to
I know.
whatever mob organization is
Oh, I
running
know.
this. So,
But it is zombie-like in the way
and
it looks.
luckily everyone who's been doing this is the wherewithal to get a rental car.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this much: if I guarantee you, they've got someone at the DMV who runs the numbers, finds out your address, and then like 8 of them turn up to your house.
Yeah.
Age for Omar Munda, as you can see here,
They're on your fucking road.
$91,000. This is just in 2025. The last biennium, which includes the first half of 2025, paid them out $74,000. Now, what's interesting is, check this out. They're licensed for 12 kids. You can see that right here. They have 10 available slots, which means they can take on 10 children.
It means they have 2 children, their own kids.
The license capacity is 12. They only have 2 kids. $191,000 this year.
To take care of their $191,000 a year to take care of their own children.
For 2 children. The inspection report is surprisingly clean, minus 1 failed or missed training. I noticed that their license goes all the way back to 2005. The earliest tax grant biennium we can look at is 2013-2015, where they made $164,000. 96K 2015.
They've been doing this for 20 years.
107.
And they bring more of the family over, who bring more of their kids over, who do this all over again, over and over again.
Over and over again.
It goes on and on and on.
And then that's not counting ones that are set up under false names or stolen IDs.
Exactly, yeah.
Come on the state spending website. So this is where the state
Guarantee you all these names.
They probably,
all these foreign
if they've
names
been
will be
up for,
replaced with actual regular ones because they'll steal
if they've
IDs from
been
old
open,
people.
if they've been open for 20 years, they opened this when they had 2 children. Those children are now 20 years old plus, so they have no children there, presumably.
Its funding and tells the public where it's sending its money to is classified under goods and services as opposed to the typical, grants and benefits.
There's another one of these I'm going to get to here quick.
We're at Halal
9 minutes.
Because this one, this is where I really started to go, what the fuck? Look at, that other house was crazy. It was quite nice. Look at this one. Look at the cars. Again, in the driveway.
Child Care Center in Kent, Washington. They have received
This is in Washington State.
$63,000 since 2023. I don't see any sign.
In 2 years, they've received nearly $1 million. This is at least, in Washington State, this is well over $1 million home.
Right off the bat that it's a child care facility. There's no car seats. There's no children's toys, nothing like that. So we're going to go in and we're going to check it out.
Look at this house.
Fanciest fucking.
Look at this shit. I've known a couple people in my life who've lived in houses like this, who live in houses like this. Like my uncle, who was an engineer his whole life, an electrical engineer his whole life, lives in a house that's about this decadent. That's a boomer electrical engineer. This is crazy.
Lowly childcare? No, there's no childcare here. Okay, God, thank you.
The place is visibly trashed inside.
There's no childcare.
Of course, yes, you can tell it's been visually trashed inside. You can tell visually it's been trashed inside, yeah.
All right, guys, we were just at Halali, what's allegedly Halali Child Care Center in Kent, Washington, which is right behind me right here. I went up to the door, the exact address listed on the state website, receiving over $800,000 in 2023. They claim there's no child care here. A couple $100,000 for the
Look at the cars. Look at the fucking cars.
Brand new SUV.
All brand new.
2 brand new, like, I'm not sure they're hatchbacks.
Look,
Like,
they're
hatchbacks.
town cars.
Yeah.
I went and tried to ask neighbors if there was daycare there. Nobody answered, but I could see
Because they're probably all also Somali at this point.
the people who lived in that house peeling the curtains back because just like all of the other places, all the curtains were drawn. You couldn't see in or anything. They were peeling the curtains back and watching me as I walk around to the neighbors' houses, and they're scrambling and yelling, and I can hear them. What's up with that? Pretty weird.
I think we all know what the fuck's up with that, my dude. We all understand at this point what's up with that. And what does Washington State plan to do about this? Let me tell you what it is. It's not to deal with the actual issue. They're going to make all this information private. As I showed you earlier, Minnesota
With the
has
exact
shut
face
down.
you expect associated.
With a Jewish white woman. Yeah, this is Senator Lisa Wellman. I mean, look, is she Jewish, Bill? Sounds like it. Wellman? I don't know.
I would have to see her with a slightly different angle.
Here's
She
what
is-
they're going to now exempt.
With the-
Names, addresses, GPS, phone numbers, email addresses, date of birth, SSL, Social Security number.
She's
makes sense.
Jewish, but she's had so much work done, it's actually kind of tricky to tell.
Driver's license, personal bank account. Some of these make sense. But the address, they're going to make it so you can't look up the addresses of these places.
I think everyone who's associated with this, who is taking these, they should just be immediately kicked out of office and
You're
preferably
not-
executed.
Okay, so this is a childcare facility, and if you're looking for childcare, you won't be able to look up where it is now.
So these places can now only exist in a perpetuity of fraud.
That makes sense. They're protecting
Alternatively,
them,
the only
isolating
way you
them.
can now find out is by word of mouth, and do we really need completely uninvigilated childcare facilities dotted around
I
in
don't know.
communities that are known for their long storied history of slavery?
That's true. I want to get through these. We're going to do a little thing at midnight here. Now I got a couple more stuff to finish
5
this out,
minutes.
and then we'll head out. Yep, I got it up.
The latest example
This is California now, isn't it? Yep, this is California fraud.
is that over a third of community college applications in the state were fraudulent. These were not real people, not real students actually seeking a spot
A
at
third.
one of our community colleges. What they were instead were scams.
Has been reported on over the past several months. Kylie noted the people were found to be individuals committing financial aid fraud, costing more millions of dollars of taxpayer money, according to the California Community Chancellor's Office. I talked to Kylie just yesterday about the recent California State Auditor's 2025 high-risk report. It warns multiple state agencies
24 billion in homelessness
waste,
funds.
fraud and mismanagement, including
32 billion unemployment fraud. 17 billion on a high-speed rail that was set to be built, and yet not a single track has been laid in California.
The report also adds social services to the high-risk list, warning CalFresh errors could cost California billions of dollars. The auditor says hundreds of millions and potentially billions of taxpayer dollars are at risk.
17 billion high-speed rail with no track. 24 billion homelessness funds disappeared. 32 billion lost unemployment fraud. Vivek Ramaswamy, by the way, like I said, don't just focus on the Somalis too much. Vivek Ramaswamy through Kriya Therapeutics was $1 billion biotech black box. Vivek Ramaswamy has enriched himself by hundreds of millions of dollars through this therapeutic company that raised 1.2 billion in venture funding, despite having no FDA-approved therapies and limited late-stage clinical data, according to a 2025 analysis. They have nothing. They sell nothing. They make nothing. They were given essentially $1.2 billion, and Vivek made off with it, much like the rest of his fucking people. He can get all upset about Christmas every year as much as he wants. You're as much of a fraud as the rest of them, Vivek. And, in fact, he's such an Indian that he threatens to sue people for talking about it. John Ewing here says, "Here we go again. The truth is that Vivek achieved success by improving people's lives. He led Roivant, one of a few biotech companies found in the 21st century with currently a $10 billion market cap that developed life-changing therapies, 5 of which are FDA approved. Roivant spun off into multiple other companies. One of them, Axivant, was not. It developed an Alzheimer's drug. Many experts and top drug developers believed it deserved to be developed, so they did, but 99% of Alzheimer's drugs have failed, and so did theirs. Neither Roivant nor Vivek ever sold a share of Axivant before its failure. This is a libelous lie, would have been punishable and permissible. Look, here's the thing. This company did not do anything. They made a huge amount of money from these Alzheimer's drug trials, didn't produce a product, and Vivek made out with the fucking funds, much as with that other medical company I just brought up. He says, this guy, Jonathan Ewing, who's giving him, running cover for him essentially here. Fact check true. Friendly note, those who try to push defamatory lies, save your records and don't delete them. Happy New Year's in advance. So again, he cites this guy who is giving a glowing performance of Vivek. For context, it is omitted that Vivek acquired the Alzheimer's drug after failing stage 2 clinical trials. His mother then ran her own phase 2 clinical trials, which were successful, leading to a flood of investments before eventually failing at stage 3. And as Josh
they legit
Moon,
cooked the books.
They did, and as Josh Moon points out, Vivek Ramaswamy reported to the IRS in the year that he sold $37 million in Roivant, the parent company of Axovant, after the Axovant IPO. Technically did not sell Axovant stocks, but he never held Axovant stock because he owned its parent, Roivant, which he sold to Viking Capital. $37 million to Vivek Ramaswamy.
Now, I think this was brought up in the podcast on a prior occasion, that, he literally just lied about getting the stage 2 clinical trials through. And then it was just insider trading straight up.
Yeah. We're at the countdown now. This is the stream of God.
3,
this is from
2, 1. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year! Let's go! 2026 can't be worse than 2025, right? Hey, they got any fireworks or anything? There we go. Just this shitty fucking ring. I hate this thing, by the way.
You should try being on it, it's even shitter.
Did you go on it, yeah?
Yeah, right when it was new. I was there on a drama trip.
Whoa, it's getting real pixelated. Too many people watching. There's 141,000 people watching this, so... Chat here. Hey, there we go. It's still getting a bit busted. Oh no! Hey, 2026! Hooray!
Ooh.
Let's go, guys! How you feeling? Happy New Year, everybody! Wait! Alright.
Is it everything you imagine?
It's a big ring. I do love fireworks. I love fireworks, actually.
London welcomed in the new year with the most appropriate symbol, a burning ring.
Big hole. A big hole. A big gaping hole.
Burning
ring of fire.
Symbolic of getting rammed up the ass for a whole year, and here's to a year more.
Is that Big Ben bonging? Yeah, it was Big Ben a bonging.
I'll make sure it's a staccato fireworks to cover all the gun crime.
Yeah, indeed. There it is.
Somewhere out there is a straight up like Breaking Bad, like just straight up a murder montage ongoing.
You know, I had a couple more things left for this evening, but it's just a couple. It's just like 3, and they're not as interesting. I think we actually came kind of to the denouement right before we got to this. Happy New Year's, guys. What a fucking year, and what a way to end it. With, just how absolutely insane things in the West have become. I truly hope things are better in 2026 than they were in 2025. Because 2025, at least for me, was a bit of a shit show. Funny in Circles for 50. Hey, thank you so much, man. Says, was a bad joke I thought of when I talked to John Smith on Sitch and Adam. Oh, when you talked to John Smith on Sitch and Adam. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Yeah. Thank you, man. I forgot that's what he went by. It's been a while. That's been years. Well, guys, it is now midnight. I think I've mostly covered. I'm exhausted too. 1, because I'm sick, and 2, because man, that was a strenuous bunch of stories and information to get to. However, it is the new year, new us, hopefully. you know, in some senses. We'll see you all next week. Same broken crown place, same broken crown time.
Someone just sent me this. Hold on, I gotta show you this.
Yeah, you got a thing?
Yeah.
You got a thing to bring in the new year?
Yeah, because it's
This is what my bronchioles look like right now on screen.
Yeah, that's about what they look like. Probably mine too. Oh, that's cute. Hang on. Not even American, but definitely has opinions about America. One man's journey to become more patriotic than actual patriots. Inspiration, I guarantee you, despite me not being an American, more Americans would welcome you into their country than would welcome you. Very base. That's awesome. That's good. Rare good AI art. The legs are a little weird.
Do you know who Sneeko is?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone argued with me about him. Because he said, you're not of American. I said, motherfucker, I'm genetically more American than Sneeko is. Because it's true.
Mm-hmm.
And a bunch of people said, well, you're not American. Or the main person who had to go with me just said, well, your opinions about Americans are irrelevant. And a whole bunch of people in the comment section just said, I'd rather listen to his opinions about America than Sneeko's.
Based.
I will say, though, they really should not draw your character with a lower half, because it just
Yeah.
looks like an enormous plastic
You don't want to start.
swans.
You don't want to start thinking about it.
Yeah, you don't want to start thinking about logistics. It just looks like you're slinging
It's
meat.
fine if you're just a floating spoon, but once you start to put legs on it, it gets weird.
Yeah, it's like Donald Duck. You don't really want to think about it too much, do you?
I do like the fact that they put the Hadrian in my
Yes, the Hadrian.
in the
Just thinking
monocle
about
is
it.
significantly bigger.
I really should stress that we should probably focus on Titus more than Hadrian. Hadrian was a bit of a nonce.
The Great Motivator for 2 says, the fire rises. Frosty Chaos, he's been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much, man. Says Happy New Year. And Rambam for 3,000 for £2 says Happy New Year, Aiden, Bill, and Spoon. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all do have a Happy New Year. And we'll see you all in about a week. All right. Cheers, friends. Peace.
And
good night.